Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing? All right, I gotta end this poll. I was almost so proud of you guys there for a second. You'd almost perfectly straddled open. But all good things must come to an end. The pickle jar's bearish bias is showing. Pig pumps, big dumps. And the reality is there's a lot of support at 43.50. And there's probably a lot of interest in getting 43.75 back in the money. Yeah, the chat. I forgot to remove it. Fuck. Well, I mean, it's there. Watch an ascot mommy on Bloomberg. The ECB is raising rates by 25 BPS. Yeah, that was expected. We talked about that earlier this week. I'd imagine their inflation has crept a little higher. Nice, Dork. Fucking A. What time's the shareholders meeting for GME? 11? All right. Give me the. I don't want the central time. Put that shit away. This is the market. It runs on one time zone. If there's a lot of interest in getting a call in the money, is there equal interest in keeping it out of the money? We'll find out. A slip below 43.50 could bring us back under the collar. What is it in UTC? I only know the time in Reykjavik. I kind of want to buy Kitty that boutique wine for cats. I think it's non-alcoholic catnip juice. Yeah, he's crazy enough. He doesn't need that. Calls and puts fighting like Dragon Ball Z energy beams. VIX back up a little bit today. Let me see something. I want to pull up. Where is it? There we go. Yeah, a lot of support at 43.50. 43.50 is like a big call wall. So 43.50 actually now bigger than 4400 and 43.75. So that may be kind of the last line of defense. At least for this price range. On shitty mobile this morning, what are the four charts? I can't see the tickers. VIX, SPX, GME, Nvidia. So two indexes, a retail stock, and a measure of volatility. Morning Papa Pickle, can Upstart do big ups today now that the meeting is out of the way? Or do you think it'll slip from here? The meeting wasn't good for Upstart. Raising the forward projected rate means continued uncertainty in credit liquidity, which is not ideal for them, and only will probably embolden the short thesis. I picked up some more calls at open today, but uh, I mean, I'm gonna keep cutting those unless we get. I doubt we're gonna get short capitulation now, right? Especially if we see a downturn in the markets over the next couple of days. Toys R Us is currently halted on the company's request amid a capital raise. Okay. When does the call wall expire, Girk? Friday? Yeah, most of it. A lot of it today. I mean, a lot of that's zero DTEs. It's gonna be like a Fed COVID dump where we float until after OPEX when MMs dump their hedge. The hedge is insane. Charm dealers are carrying Charm at levels that they haven't in the last year and a half. So this expiration is going to be pretty fucking interesting. And a lot of that's the AM expiration tomorrow morning. Is Ryan Reynolds going to hold Fubo over $2 this week? I don't know. If you have calls out, roll them, right? Use Central Chime to throw off the hedgies that are watching this stream. Pump to 4,400 end of week, then 4,250 during settlement week before 0 DTE. Pump it back to 4,350. Nice. Gork, can we finally go down bigly? I mean, it's a little bit better. The call ladders that were built to the upside broke down yesterday, so that's good, right? That means big upside moves are unlikely unless that interest comes back. Today's data was middling. I mean, Empire State Manufacturing Index was doing pretty good, except on the labor side. Philly was doing horrible. Unemployment's still very elevated. New applicants for unemployment is very elevated. I think we have some more data in a minute here. Or nothing until the hold on, let me check. It's not important stuff. Let's see. Industrial production down year over year and month over month. Manufacturing production way down. Capacity utilization dipping a little bit. Well, we have inventories, retail inventories at 10. So that's the next set of data. Then we have the 8 and 4 week auctions at 11:30. Mortgage rates at noon. Then end of today we have some other shit that's probably not going to be very important. I have to wait 14 days to change my name. I'm so sorry to hear that. I love analogies. Charm is delta decay. That's correct. That's the rate at which delta decays in respect to time. So theta for delta. I sold a GME CC at 28 a while ago for Friday expiry. I wouldn't mind getting assigned. Do you think this could happen? I mean, you're not going to get assigned if GME is trading below $28. How much money did they lose yesterday? And out of the money, 0 DTEs. A lot. A lot. Any dynamics you think changed the picture after OPEX? Could it just recharge VIX and restart, or is something now different? It could just recharge VIX and restart. Maybe the bags are dumped. Maybe the rising yields outpace the Fed's target rate of 5.6 during Yellen's sales here, and a flight to bonds picks up pace. It's a joke. I don't really mean MOASS is back on the menu. It's a fucking stream card, M-dub. Greg, I might have to buy a call on Lily so it will finally go down. I know what this sacrifice means for my port, but it's the only way. I will die on my own sword. Your sacrifice is appreciated. Baba is looking ripe for puts again. Let's see. Is it? I disagree. I think at least 95, maybe higher. You got any papers about modeling charm decay using quantum tunneling that I can spam at JFresh? I think I've got one that uses oh, god damn, I can't remember the name of it. It like measures the drift of particles in a vacuum. Stream cards are binding contracts, not jokes. Hmm. Closer to 95 for entry for puts. I thought so too. Yeah. I'd look more towards 95. Although you're buying puts into like, I mean, at least on the longer time frame, like a descending wedge. I'd be careful with it. China had some fairly good news. I think they started to pull back rates a little bit last night. So definitely not today. I don't see any AM expiration SPX options on IBKR for tomorrow. Only for today. What AM expiration are you talking about? This one? The June 16th AM expiration? Voila. Rusty? Holy shit, man. Welcome to Dillionaire. Good to have you aboard, dude. Are you moving out of the car?
Birthday, yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. It's more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, it's right. You read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon, man. Praise me to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move too, man. Got the band GG on the CBC.
Loud. But it's Rusty. I believe Citadel just got its right to trade in China back. Ooh, exciting. Oh God, I mean, do you still have both legs of your straddle open for today? Yeah, I have some other straddle legs that are open. Hey, look, we tested 43.75. Whoa. China macro not great, but stimulus coming because of it. Yeah, well, they're gonna print some money. That is good. Bunch of wimps. Wake up. Yeah, exactly. Ah, I had the 808 Racing, that breakfast song. Can you tell me what BTU's GM is? Well, probably irrelevant. JPOW mentioned RRP was shrinking recently. Is this indicative of money moving back into equities? It hasn't been shrinking. It's slightly lower over the last 2 weeks. It was indicative of a lie. Wait, wasn't it checking? Someone asked me to check something. Oh, Gamma Max on BTU. I'm just gonna let you know up front that it's meaningless. BTU does not have a highly liquid options chain. 2672. What do you think SPX high for today could be? Is 43.90 in the cards? Mm, that's gonna depend on positioning. Possibly. I mean, 4400's in the cards. There's a shitload of interest there. I don't know if we'll hit it or not, but it's in the cards. They got the 43.75s back in the money, so that stops the big decay on the 1 DTE positioning. They'll try to keep that level, I think. Everybody's already deaf. What's the point? Shilling at Shoney's. Repeat after me. Retail has to buy the top and hold the bags. That's very important. Thanks, Girk. My neighbors think I bump raps now. Perfect. I think I found my call for Lily. Does one DTE 600C have enough charm for downs? I would also love to know BTU GM. I think you're talking about something else. Do the European Central Bank and their decisions not matter to you at all? Can you at least feign some interest in us, please, Danke? What? Lagarde went with 0.25, right? And your guys' inflation is up. That's on Biden's railroad from Pacific to Indian Ocean. What? We're building a railroad across the Pacific? Some congressman sold out of Nvidia. That's how you know the top is soon. Interesting. Why are short-dated puts twice as expensive with calls with VIX so low? That's a good question. I don't think volatility on the contracts is all that low. First of all, VIX isn't measured off of 1 and 2 DTE contracts, but I think the volatility on them was still fairly elevated, right? Yeah, it's a little higher than usual. $22%. Your shirt makes you look like a Lost Wiggles member. Thanks. It's just blue. I've lost a lot of money FOMOing into a put and getting burnt on the bounce. This pre-market that didn't happen as I waited to see the test of resistance. Slowly but surely I'm learning. Okay, nice. So you didn't buy a, you can set stops on those, right? Then if it bounces, you don't lose all your money. You just lose a little bit. Hey Girk, my brand is not a meme for you to use as a stream card. I'll accept a 2% return from the profit you make from using today's stream and trading. Thank you. Noted. Let's build a tunnel from Manhattan to San Francisco next. Oceans are no match for our water trains. We could just build like a floating track, right? That'll work. That's the nicest thing anyone has said to you all week. I know. With all the positive news, it looks like we're going to take out yesterday's highs. Thank God JPOW reiterated that banks are strong and resilient. Yep. No, we can still test 4,400. The pain trade is too painful. It can be. That's kind of the point. Although this rip is kind of nuts. Futures at 44.30, which is technically resistance. I think still a little more upside possible here. Although gamma's pretty low between here and 4,400. We probably still need to get more interest at like 43.85. Put interest is still pretty strong at 43.65. Volume on contracts is low, so liquidity dropping, which means more realized volatility. Oh, did you guys see this last night? JFresh said gamma squeeze time in Discord. What contract? Right, Doric? Where are they spreading? Because we're going up. I don't understand the chip charts. Can you explain? Continued upside would be shocking. More money, less up. So you're saying calls aren't coming in? Well, there's a lot at 4,400. There's just not much in between here and there. But they can bridge the gap with futures. Is RC going to say AI at the shareholders meeting? Probably not. And pump the stock? Should I buy back my out of the money weekly CCs before so I can sell at the top again? You could. I have some open at 30 right now. I'm probably not going to move those. Gamma Max inched down again today. So, I'll probably just sell more. Nice guy who's bored. Bridge Gap, same like water train. Been stopped out yet? No. I do have a stop in place though. Diminishing returns, is that you? It might be them. What did you do, Hestia? Toys R Us, you say? Have you just been sitting on Toys R Us bags? Are you streaming the shareholders meeting, friend? Yeah, I'm gonna. Greg, I'm out. I blew up my last portfolio. On which play, Venseg? You gotta tell me what the final straw was. I didn't see any who had earnings this morning. I made monies? Good job, man. Oh man, I just transferred more money into my trading account. Tomorrow's gonna be brutal. Is Tesla topped out, do you think? Let's see. Um Gamma Max is 265. Not just yet. But call interest has kind of stopped accumulating. So maybe soon. Ooh, IV's kind of high too. Do I sell more 230, 235? Hmm. Thoughts on DG? I haven't looked at it in a while. Not since they got fucking obliterated. Oh man, that's laggy. What the fuck is that about? Moderate recovery. I don't think. I feel like Dollar General already had a lot of growth priced in. I'm not sure how strong the recovery is gonna be. It's a popular like boomer stock. So you know, some people may get back in and like FOMO into the bounce, but I'm not sure it's going back to, you know, above 200. But you might have like a little bit of range up to like 173. I asked you before, sorry to keep asking, but can you buy sell stocks next day? What do you mean? Yeah, I mean if you bought like a stock today, you could sell it tomorrow. It won't have settled, but you should still be able to sell it. This is my non-meme port where I traded SPX. I went deep into puts. I'm thinking we would get a rate hike. Were they zero DTE? You really like to YOLO things, don't you? I believe they have a statement forbidding the streaming of the meeting, if I remember correctly from last year. And I streamed it last year. I think we figured this out last year because I'm a shareholder. Or did I not stream it last year? Maybe I didn't. I'll have to check. Welcome to Cornishon. I21. Appreciate it, dude. I'm pretty sure you did, though. You didn't stream it? I don't remember. I think you streamed yourself watching it and wrote notes. Hmm. You didn't? You narrated what they said. Okay, I feel like I remember this. And then other people streamed it, and people were like mad at me that I didn't. A couple of days ago, I said that I could live off CC premiums within a year, but I full ported zero DT 4300s and it goes to 4000. I can retire today. Big brain move. Oh boy. Nope. Nope. That's the opposite of what you think it is. Square Gherk always following the rules. Fuck it. SPX to 5K. I'm full porting July calls. Good luck, man. How do we listen to the meeting ourselves? You should have gotten a link. Why VIX no new low? Is there anything happening soon? Alternatively, short puts are being bought back, or short calls are being closed, or long puts are being bought. Yeah, 4400 still looks pretty likely, JFresh. I don't know if the 4400 is gonna get squeezed. The expirations on the sold calls there, I think, are a little bit later. They might. Some of them might, especially spreads. Push 4400, then fall. Hopefully, I guess we'll see. Well, I think if the 40, I think JFresh is right. If the 4400 gets pushed out, then maybe into the end of the day. Big charm, fucking shitloads of options in the money. You think Nvidia's new floor have a bunch of August 18 390 puts? I opened last week and have been averaging down since. August 18 390. I opened last week. Let me check Nvidia. Mm, so I think we saw a bunch of like sold calls on Nvidia get ripped back yesterday. Let me look at something here. Um, no, Gamma Max is still 450. I think. I don't think we see any downside on this till after the expiration. Although I kind of want to sell more spreads on it. It's probably really greedy. Huh. It's $1. Actually, a little better. It's like $1.10 for 40, 450. I can do 450, 450, 460 is 60 cents, but way less risk. Hmm. What's the yield on margin there? 126. 26. %, 7.5%. Okay. Maybe I'll be patient though. Confirm a breakdown first. I'm gonna lose some of that yield, but this pump has some pretty serious volume on futures. Yeah, that's the last day of the roll too. How far do you let your spreads go before you reposition? Uh, Generally up until like a net credit loss. So I usually roll them when credit is hit on the position. So max risk at 0%. Or I'll buy a call. It depends on how much theta I have on them. SLD over. Only drop. SLD ends on Monday, man. All right, I made some money today. Closed a chunk of my positions. Repositioning end of day or tomorrow after Charm stops being a saucy minx. Fair. I mean, Charm could potentially stop being a saucy minx today because we have the AM expiration tomorrow morning. Ah, yes, VIX and SPX correlating positively. I haven't seen that often. It doesn't happen too often, but it's been happening a lot more recently as we push higher and higher here. Last day of the roll, last chance to sell. I guess pumps made sense for a last breath. I mean, pumps made sense because we opened above 43.50 this morning, and the call wall stayed in the money. There was no way they were gonna let the 43.75s die. They already lost the 0 DTE ones yesterday. They weren't gonna lose the 1 DTE ones that expire today. We still haven't hit 4,400. I don't know if we will or not. Future sell-offs could kind of happen right here, so we'll see. 4,300 has a bit of defense, so which means if we do get rejected here but hold 43.75, they're gonna pump it back up when calls get cheaper at the end of the day. I'll dive back in if we can confirm direction. No, you picked a good spot to set a stop. This is not a bad choice. That's just earnings, Tyler. You think they've prepped to short GME much today? They got a little bit of liquidity in the pre-market. I don't think they've used a lot of it yet. Oh yeah, SLD ends Tuesday because of the holiday. Sorry, yeah, that's correct. Um, I keep forgetting about the holiday. I wonder with zero DT pumps if that can negate a lot of the SLD sell-offs. Drop it to 0.5 to 1%, then then pump it back to sell off more. I mean that's kind of what happened in May. Is yeah, we got a lot of selling for SLD at the top, but it wasn't enough to crush the like zero DTE buying. And so we didn't really see any downside until the OPEC settlement. But that was also after the haircut, so I don't think there was a lot of selling that needed to be done anyway. Have you seen the run APO is on? No. Should we expect it to end soon or extend further? I have no idea. That's pretty interesting. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really been following them. I'm not sure if they're just pumping, like if it's just pumping with the indexes or if there's some other reason. It looks like they're bidding on a Brazilian chemical manufacturer right now. They rolled out some new products and they're placing initial bids for Goldman's Green Sky unit. You should boot up ATP. There's no way you could forget about the upcoming holiday. Ew. I block emails from fucking from Fidelity. How much longer do you think we'll be stuck in the positive gamma environment? My spread hedges have been more profitable than my spreads. I mean, a bit longer. We're still pretty far from gamma neutral. I mean, even like the forward, like the front weighted one is at like 4307. And then actual gamma neutral's down at like 4200. If Holiday Monday affects SLD, will it also affect OPEC settlement? Yeah, I mean more than it affects SLD. SLD it's just the next market open, right? OPEC settlement. I mean settlements can be deferred because it's a holiday. So any settlements due during the period can be deferred out along FINRA's holiday deferment schedule. For a lower risk income strategy, how do you choose a good stock for selling iron condors? Is SPX the best? No, SPX has got shitloads of realized volatility right now. It's pretty terrible for iron condors. You probably want to find something that's a little more boring. Um, Maybe something in like manufacturing and industrials where you're not getting a ton of movement, but you have a lot of stability. Some rotation into bonds today per yields. Last night too. How are we not talking about Kava starting to trade today? Can you talk on your comments yesterday about manufacturing slowing down too rapidly and what it means for ongoing future construction projects? Well, home building and manufacturing. I mean, are you talking like commercial construction, infrastructure? Can you be more specific? KO works. Commercial? Commercials. Commercials tricky. I don't know. I feel like funding is going to be hard to come across for commercial development. I work for a REIT, so I'm personally focused on multifamily. Yeah, I would say that given the effects that we're already seeing with CMBS or just commercial properties in general, um, that seem to be worsening, I would say that credit availability and commercial development space is going to probably see a pretty big contraction over the next year or two. If SPX breaks 4,400, is there going to be another gamma ramp? No, but they'll probably squeeze out some like 4,400 and 4,410 spreads. Might be time to exit those call side hedges. I already have a stop in place. I'll probably get stopped out here, and then later in the day they'll fucking calls will get cheap, and they'll blow up the whatever spreads are left at that point. A rejection here probably means we continue to stay trading in the upper range for the remainder of today. Actually, an early breakout of 4,400 would be better if you expect to see downside today. You mean huge companies just walking away from their locations? Yeah, and flipping the risk onto the banks, right? I mean, they're just defaulting and refusing to pay, turning over the properties. The fact I don't know what I'm doing and lose too much on zero DTs, but somehow my port has stayed at the same value, is a miracle in itself. I should stop gambling and it might go up again. Maybe. Are you going to be listening to the annual meeting today? Yeah, I'm just trying to find my link. I think I deleted the fucking email, so. Oh, thanks, 8 Raw. Appreciate it. Good. I don't have to go digging through my trash. The fact that I don't know what I'm doing and lose too much on zero DTs, but my port has somehow stayed at the same value is a miracle in itself. Oh, okay. I work on the commercial side of construction and engineering in several states. The bulk of our work happens before projects start construction, and we are for sure slowing down big time. See, this place is awesome. There you go, Gilgamesh. Inside information from the other side of the aisle. How's the options chain looking? For SPX? I mean, just wildly blown out at 4,400 still. Some of the in the money calls are starting to close out a little bit. Still a call wall at 4,350, but it's dwindling. A little bit of 4,405 and 4,410 coming in. Nothing above that. Yeah, 4,415 and up is pretty weak. Look at long duration yields. Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome. Don't worry, we have T-bills auctioning again today. They'll pump back up. I know people are moving into the long end of the yield curve, Dork. How does that make you feel in your private parts? I don't know. I've bid like 7 jobs this year, way more than usual in the heavy civil engineer sector. Yeah, I think infrastructure is not going to get hit hammered as hard. And actually, if we hit a recession, infrastructure will probably take off. Both on the state and federal level. Isn't that the point of the infrastructure bill? I mean, yeah, but there'll be more, right? That'll just be the beginning of it. I mean, that's generally the government's other answer to rising unemployment, right? Is subsidized infrastructure work. Yeah, Caterpillar benefits heavily from that. Why Palantir pumping so hard? AI, AI, AI. Also, they control all the information about their own stock, right? No, I mean it's mostly just AI hype. It's in bots alongside Upstart and Nvidia, so it gets some tailwinds from that, headwinds, tailwinds. I'm not a fucking boat captain. I work at Amazon and we have been slowing down a ton. Hiring died a ton too. The consumer is slowing down. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I think all the reports indicate that as well. I did it. I finally did it. I entered a straddle yesterday and closed both legs green today. Fuck yeah, short bus. Short bus, long trade. I'm part of a few manufacturers groups in general. West Coast is slowing down, but Midwest and Texas are staying busy. Okay. I'd imagine that has to do more with operating costs, right? It's much cheaper to build in the Midwest and Texas than it is in the West Coast. Did Jimmy say AI too? No. Holy moly, is Pickle Jar getting smarter? Maybe. What kind of odds would you put on Upstart breaking that $40 wall? I don't know. There's a little bit of covering today, but it's still down on the day, right? I'm probably gonna get stopped out of my calls here soon. I I don't think so. I don't think the Fed news was beneficial for them. I rode the short bus and feel my port reflects that. I'd like it too, OG. That'd be pretty cool. How did you close the put leg profitably? Well, it depends when they opened it yesterday, but we opened down this morning a little bit. I didn't close my put leg yet. But mine's still open. I work at an airport and demand is the highest it's been since COVID. You can also close them in pre-market, depending on the size of the position. NW. I work at an airport and demand is the highest it's been since COVID. Airlines may be a safe bet for next quarter, but I have no insight to forward projections. Well, they racked up a lot of debt during COVID, is kind of the problem with airlines. I agree. Like airlines, cruises are probably going to do well over this summer, but they're all so fucking underwater trying to stay afloat through the pandemic that it could be a long time before they truly recover. Any Amazon slowdown wasn't my fault. I'm a server at a moderately priced $100 per person average restaurant in Tribeca. It's supposed to be slow season, but we're busy. But tourism's up. So I mean that could be part of it, Turver. Residential builder inside scoop on East Coast here. Not dead, but about 50% slower than has been typical over the last 5 years. Thank you, Matt. The smarter I get, the worse I trade. Overanalyzing. That's that's an easy mistake to make. Is SPX done pumping? I don't think so. Rules of conduct. Yeah, live streaming's still prohibited for the shareholders meetings. Hmm. I feel like they're even more clear about their statement this year. So you guys are gonna have to listen to it on your end. Jimmy GM's in the daily DD. PNW dude, Sabra. Thank you so much, man. This is great. We should have monthly insider secret day where Pickle Jar gives forward guidance on their industry. I think most of the people in here are professionals, and so there's probably a good amount of information to be picked up within the community as long as you can, you know, you're not overly swayed by any one opinion. Consumer spending has shifted drastically to user experience. I track restaurant data through National Restaurant Association. Spending has been higher due to cost of groceries. Interesting. Yeah, it's really getting to the point where it's like almost the same for me to eat out it is as it is to like go buy dinner at the grocery store. Especially if you factor in like the cost of time. I'm an employee at a local Build-A-Bear, and my goodness, these things are flying off the shelf. Mostly because I keep shaking the shelves, but still. How much are you down on open SPX puts for June and July right now? Let's see. The June ones are mostly dead. They're like 80-90% down. Um, July, anywhere from like 60 to like 5%. The June ones were hedged though, so I mean, I'm just basically holding them and seeing if they'll be worth slightly more. Some of them aren't that far out of the money. Like I have some June like 4200s, like June 30th 4200s. Those still have some shot of getting back. But I managed the drop in the position pretty well with spreads and some well timed calls. The straddles help too. Are you still bearish and believe we're still in a bear market? Yes. Eyes on GLD gold at all today. Charts looking spicy as a counter narrative to the slower inflation bullshit. Yeah, I'm still long gold. I mean, I've been picking up those September and some Jan contracts, pretty far out of the money. Mostly just like an additional like crash protection hedge or increased failures in banks, especially with the CMBS shit heating up. Did you hear about the new video game that looks exactly like the shareholders meeting? Can you put on a 10-second delay? Would that be considered live stream with a delay? I think so. I think that would still be considered live streaming. I think what they're saying is it's their intellectual property and it's not to be distributed. I would trade all of your knowledge for gaps deferral data. Hey Pickleman, is the stream card just super stunk bait because you knew today would be boring and wanted to roast some shills? Always is. At what point is averaging down my VIX August 15C a losing proposition? VIX August $15 call. I mean, statistically, you have a very good chance of that going in the money before August. The average trading range for the VIX is between 13 and 19 historically. So, I mean, provided that you have enough theta, it's not the worst bet in the world. I got stopped out of my calls, so it's about to rip. I'm still hanging in there a little bit. Although if this breaks down, I'm gonna be stopped out. I won 250 at home poker game last night. What weekly should I buy with this free money? My homie bought 3,800 puts or what? I have 3,800s, but most of them are far like they're July and September. I have SPY 400p for 721. Are they fucked or is there still some hope? I mean, there's some. We'll find out in the next few days. Not, I don't think anything major is going to happen until after we start getting some expirations here. Stream someone else who's streaming? Ew. When did you get bullish? When do you get bullish? When we blast through 45, 46, 48? Not until the macro changes. Price and the economy are not the same thing. I'm not going to be bullish regardless of the market going up. I can buy calls. That doesn't mean I'm bullish. Can you stream Diablo while streaming the shareholders meeting? I might stream. Maybe I'll stream Diablo tonight. We'll see. Is there a specific scenario in which overnight straddles are no longer a viable strategy? I'm curious if the window of opportunity is closing. I think as long as we continue to have a high degree of realized volatility, then and vol remains low, then like implied volatility remains low, then I think there's pretty good chance that straddles continue to remain profitable. You know, even if they become less profitable, they're still pretty advantageous, right? You can still just like if the market becomes more directional and doesn't chop as much intraday, you can still make money on straddles. You just make a lot less. But I think with the introduction of zero DTEs, they become far more significant, right? Because you know at the end of every day, you have huge piles of calls expiring or puts, right, on the zero DTE side, and you get the realization of that hedge falling off the next day, right, which is going to move the market the opposite direction of the way the market was moving the prior day, right? And so I think until they find some way to solve that feedback loop, that there's always going to be some opportunity. Are there any puts piling up to the downside? I mean some. VIX was rising earlier. I mean there's a lot of put OI. It's hard to say because it's all so out of the money, like where it's highest right now. But if we move back to negative gamma and gamma starts picking up on those puts, we'll have a better idea of how the positioning looks. We'll see we'll have a better idea of like what's short, what's long, you know, what the support and resistance levels are. So I have SQQQ shares, which I've held on too long Yeah, I know you were right. CCs aren't worth it. Just sell it and focus on these 40% straddles on QQQ, SPX. Love critiques. I mean, you might as well see if it drops, right? I don't know how underwater you are on them, but you know, if we do get any sustained downside, SQQQ might at least get back to the level where you bought them. I mean, I'm gonna focus on each individual level. Like we have you know the front weighted. We move into like more front weighted negative gamma under 4,300. We move into the negative gamma further out on the chain around 4,200. Um, Below 4,200, you know, there's longer dated sold puts at 4050. So I assume that's where the strongest downside resistance would be. Depending on the amount of momentum we have if we get there. Um, you know, and that means moving below delta neutral, which is so a lot of momentum. We could break through that and squeeze out the short puts. Um, but yeah, I mean, right now 4,300, 4,200, and then 4,150 or 4,160 are the levels I'm most concerned with. I went to buy a call and a CAPTCHA came up and asked me to select all the pictures of bulls. Does this make me bullish? I don't know. How do you feel? Have you beat the campaign? Yeah. Fubo question. I have several 124.10Cs I got in September 22 for $1. Do you think it would be advantageous to average them down or take the L and focus on closer to the money leaps? Probably want to be closer to the money. I mean, if Fubo follows its current projections, I guess you could get an IV spike and that would be advantageous since the position has a decent amount of Vega. But I'm not sure how far down you are on those right now. I'd imagine a bit. So you'd need a really good IV spike to bring those back to life. And based on, you know, management's expectations, we're probably not going to see anywhere near prices like that until, you know, mid to late 2024, early 2025. Are you doing a straddle into tomorrow or roll the dice on the statistics that will drop for quad witching? I'm going to do a straddle into tomorrow. Can you elaborate on intraday theta decay for zero DTEs? What time is most advantageous for call pumpers to pump? Um, After 12:30, the price of call starts to fall off a lot. And then a ton after like 2:30, 2:45. Girk, I made money again. What is this black magic? What did you have a straddle? Straddles are the fucking best. Good morning, ending. Only got time for one comment. Shout out to Girk who said go long upstart at $12. Well, to be fair, I also said it at 20, but congratulations, Carl. Or are you talking about the pickles pick when it hit $12 and I said I was gonna buy a shitload of it? Because that was awesome. Do you have any statistics on when a straddle strangle fails? Maybe. I mean, I haven't like collated anything, but I have a very irresponsible log that I sometimes update. Rolled up and out an underwater Netflix spread for free thanks to this mini pump. I like this game. Nice, man. When you damn near quadruple down. The autist formerly known as Pence. Are we streaming the GME investor call? No, no, I'm not gonna. Why's your name gray? Have you abandoned me? I mean, I'm gonna listen to it, but you guys aren't gonna be able to hear it. Can we have a 2-minute talk about the VIX? What do you want to talk about? Yeah, I'll write down if they say any, like, I mean, I'll keep notes on it and whatever, write down whatever they say, but I'm not gonna violate their IP for fucking YouTube likes. I'm contemplating ADBE straddles for earnings. Do you think Ivy is too high for any profitability? I don't know how much is being priced in. I picked up a couple 26.25 or 7.21 in GME. I plan to hold for OPEX movement, but I'm still kind of sheepish on the positioning. This is my first real strangle, so unsure of what to expect. I really don't know how the performance of strangles on GME goes. I'd imagine risky with the IV crush potential. Oh. So no ES test of 4450 yet. ESM 4392.50. Hmm. 30, 20, 10, 5, and 2 all down today. The 30, 20, 10, and 5 are all down like 150 to 160 basis points. 2 years down about 70. That was a big push on the curve. Streaming the call, I mean, I can listen to it, but I'm not gonna. There's gonna be no audio. If RC says buckle up today, I'm buying loads of puts. All that bond buying money coming from on RRP because it doesn't seem to be coming from the equity markets. It doesn't seem to be coming from on RRP. I mean, on RRP hasn't really dropped that much. There's been some drawdown, but it bounced yesterday. It went back up to like 2.111 something trillion. And over the last like 2 weeks, the largest drawdown was yesterday, and that was only 58 billion. So I don't think so. I think on RRP is still pretty stable. The liquidity offered by on RRP is far more advantageous than the liquidity offered by bonds. It bounced last night, OG. Yeah. It bounced from like 2.075 to like 2.114. Or sorry, 2.109. No. On our RP deposits went up yesterday. So less liquidity in the equity system, not more. How NKLA go up 123% in a week? Probably just short repositioning. That company's a bag of shit. Overnight straddle's worth it on SPY for smaller ports? Or would it be better served doing theta plays like condors and spreads? Probably better served with condors and spreads. Like the yield generated from income on those is going to be higher, especially if you're using SPY. The yield's going to be higher than what you get off of a straddle. QQQ is a little bit better than SPY for overnight straddles. It tends to be, it tends to have a little bit more realized volatility, right? Like it's far from perfect, but it's better than SPY. Also, in a small port, technically you could do like NQ straddles or ES. Although those carry more risk because of you can lose money on long futures. The risk exceeds the premium, so or well, it can. Yeah, I mean, I'll just write down whatever's said, but I'm not gonna play the audio. If any important topics are broached. Oh, speaking of which, it starts like right now. Can you explain your thoughts on SPX 4400 again? If we break it, we'll squeeze out a little bit of positioning maybe, and then we can see some downside. If we don't, I think we're just gonna continue to trade in this range until calls get cheaper towards the end of the day, and then they can break up through it. If we break up earlier today, like before noon, we may see a breakdown into the latter part of the day. Maybe back to like that 40 towards the 43 or yeah 43.75 or 43.50 level, depending on how much of those levels is left at that time. They're just going through all the voting shit right now. It's not very interesting. Where can we listen? You should have gotten a link. You can Google it. I'm not gonna do a voiceover interpretation of the meeting. They're just saying boring shit. To vote. Shares entitled to vote. Super stock insanity shut down hard. Oh my fucking god, DRS short interest in other topics. He's probably screaming inside. YouTube commercials are going crazy today. Maybe YouTube's excited about the shareholder meeting. Thanks for voting. Have a good day, nerds. I I told you it'd be a fucking nothing burger. Now everyone sells their calls, and I sell mine. Boom. Free money. All right. Why are people shocked at another nothing burger? I'm not. I told them to expect nothing, and then they got nothing. Predictions on point. Who wanted me to explain on RRP? I don't remember who you were, but overnight reverse repo operations are used by central banks, especially the Fed, right, to manage levels of liquidity and like the short-term lending rate, like the discount rate. So you basically it absorbs liquidity from the financial system where a lot of cash uh, um, is generally present, and then it can put downward pressure on short-term interest rates. And so it allows banks to remove excess liquidity, and it provides like an alternative option for institutions. And then it allows the Fed to keep short-term interest rates at lower levels, or at least to manage the short-term interest rates. So if you want to tighten monetary policy, you incentivize on RRP, right? Because then it pulls more liquidity out of the financial system. And if you want to loosen financial conditions, you disincentivize on RRP. And that way you can control the flow of liquidity, into and out of the markets. Yeah, I know. I said we were going to break 4,400. It means nothing for Lily Thunder. They said, to be clear, he was terminated. Yes. They did clarify that Furlong was terminated. Apparently, he didn't get his arms dirty enough for Cohen. Cohen likes people who roll up their sleeves. He's a t-shirt guy. Super stock, they have to say he was terminated because they aren't ready yet to announce that he's CEO of Teddy and we're buying Bobby and conquering the world with turkey roasters. For a moment there, I thought you were really quoting something. You can still wheel within the money buy rights. I mean, yeah. The capital allocations are higher though, so maybe a little more risk. You tie up more capital too. Why does that feel like an innuendo? Because I made it one. So actually, now I think Cohen's tweet about offering free advice to a once great brand was actually GME. Or who the fuck cares? He's probably just Nordstrom's, right? And they're like, yeah, we don't care what you have to say because you don't own enough of the company. That was really an SS theory that he was being moved to Bobby to take over and merge. The fucking dude got fired because he missed earnings after previously promising to hit earnings. Excessive, but not unheard of. Thanks for BTU. I love seeing a stock go up almost 3% daily for a month. Nice, man. Congrats. In the money buy rates can be risky, I know. So glad I didn't buy that spy call this morning that I was going to. Why? Are you getting the Grimace birthday meal at McDonald's for $17? Ew. I missed you, Girk. What's up, Johnny? Stepped away after I blew up a port in March. I'm over the trauma and came back to inform that port blowing up is best to be avoided. You didn't miss Sanjit, and yes, you shouldn't blow up your port. Welcome back, Johnny. Sometimes the only way to scratch the itch is to blow up a second port. He had 2 years. No, seriously, don't do that. Be more careful this time. If you're managing risk appropriately, it should be impossible to blow up a port. UVXY and VIX going up with the SPY. You could just say VIX. You don't have to say VIX in a thing that tracks VIX. No, his contract wasn't contingent on an eventual positive earnings report, but it's a good scapegoat. Clearly, Cohen was tired of hiding behind the curtains. Has RC DRS'd his ego yet? I don't know. I mean, I have a hard time faulting his ego. Because if I made $1 billion selling people pet food, I would have a huge ego too. But he should tone it down a bit as, you know, the head of a public company. I don't have shareholders to answer to. It's no longer the poor choice meal. They realize that they can sell less burgers for more and still make money. Huh. Tea doing a thing? Yeah, I own a lot of it, I know. It's been doing a thing. Do you miss Stefan? No. How does all of this affect my MULN leaps? I don't think positively. Do you think we hit 4410 before we dump? Yeah, it's possible. We'll see. I don't know if the 4,400 positions are going to get squeezed out or not, but if they do, then yeah, we probably see 4,410. No, not Mulan. But owning leaps on it will make a man out of you. Shareholders to answer to? Didn't he literally just not answer anything to said shareholders? Well, yeah, but they asked insane questions. Right? I asked a legitimate question and it didn't even get answered. So I asked if they had any interest in acquiring or creating new streams of revenue, or if they were going to continue to focus on efficiency. No, I'm not surprised. Too direct. It doesn't seem that direct. It could be answered without giving forward guidance. Way too controversial. Are they focused on efficiency? I mean, yeah, right? Cost cutting and reductions in SG&A. Which is fine, but it doesn't produce revenues, right? Saving money, not same like growing. Saving money, same like value. I don't like value stocks. Just looking into Mullen, 28-cent stock price, EV company. Is there a bull case here? I don't know. Are you insane? They can say that they're considering acquisitions or rolling out revenue streams without giving forward guidance. They can just say they're focusing on revenue, or they're looking to target expansion of revenue in 2024. Or they can say they're going to continue to focus on efficiency. All none of that is forward guidance, right? That's why I asked that question, because they could answer it without giving forward guidance. Yeah, shareholder call's done. Nothing happened. I flippin' knew it when I was stopped out that we were gonna rip. Dixie wrecked? How wrecked? Or are you just making a pun? Ooh. 102. Is Poopy Pants ready? You better shave those feet. Don't read me Mullen's fucking bullshit reports, de-engineer. Keep that shit to yourself. If a company needs to announce their own book value, they're worthless. Shave my feet? I'm not Italian. My feet are bald, smooth, like a dolphin's ass. My puts are losing money, and my USD versus Canada is losing money on my puts. This is hilarious. I would like to go on record and say that I'm sorry the joke gained traction. It's not your fault. De-engineers a bit. He he's in the spectrum, entrenched. I like how the pressure keeps building. VIX up, UVXY up, SPX up, bullish on calls, bullish on puts. Everyone's a winner, right? I wish you'd tell that to my 40 30 4360 puts. They don't feel like they're winning, but they also don't expire today. So, and my 4300 puts are sad. Any idea why SPX is running hard today? Yeah, charm was skyrocketed and we didn't fall below the in the money calls. So massive support at 4350, decent support at 4375. Both of those were found. Zero DTE call buying the rest of the way up. What is Charm going to do to us tomorrow? That's a good question. A lot of the options close in the morning. So we'll see. I don't know. Our data doesn't split the expirations for AM PM as far as I'm aware. So I'm not sure how much of an effect it'll have, but it'll definitely be high tonight. Higher. I mean, it'll collapse after the whole expiration is done. What time is AM expiry for SPX? 3 p.m. the day prior. 4 p.m. the day prior. Chicago. Negative beta boys. Yeah. Can you expand GME, please? Yeah. Tell me not to sell GME CCs before OPEX, because I'm about to do it again. I already did it. 'How much theta would you recommend for a strangle bought today to cover all of next week? Probably like 30 DTE at least. 50% of XRT put OI expires this week. Could it have a positive effect on GME, or doesn't it mean anything? It could. But it may not. There's a holiday on Monday, so settlement can be deferred out. 9 days ago, someone bought 18,000 VIX, 621.29's at the ask. Options flow and volume aren't very relevant. I bought a couple for funsies. Today, someone bought 7K more at ask. Feels like someone is decided 4,400 is a cue for big volatility. Maybe. Or someone's just hedging, going long vol on their short vol position, and it's the flow is meaningless. Gherk, no, never sell CCs into OPEX. I already did it. I'll be honest, I'm probably gonna close them today though. I mean, the price has already dropped $2. I mean, waiting to be added on Discord. Did you not link your account or DM me? Bilbo? Wait, are you just Chief Queef and you're trying to sneak back in? You're not gonna keep them out through SLD? I mean, they're up 40% in like 30 minutes. I did DM you. I don't see it. Did you DM one of the fake Gurks? Tuesday, 173 billion. Wednesday, 12 billion on the 20-year. Thursday, 19 billion on the 4-year. Next week, total 204 billion. Nice. Thank you, Atomic. Gurk, BTU is a great stock. I know. Did RC say something to make the price drop? The opposite. He said nothing to make the price drop. All done. You can just recap your DRS comment. Other than that, excited to YOLO my CC profits on OPEX calls 1+ week from today. Nice, Posty. Are we just gonna continue moving up? Well, we kind of hit the upper bounds of call interest, at least for right now. A few calls building up out of the money, but not many. I would say that a futures rejection at 44.50 is probably possible, but might be slow. So we hit the 44.10 target pretty early. I don't think anyone got squeezed out here yet. Especially given the slow pace of our grind up. So there may still be a little burst higher if those positions capitulate at 4,400. If they don't, then we'll move back down. But careful with the upside here. I would say it's probably going to top out though. Yeah. Asraf? I know. I know. Pickle jar ETF ripping. Are there a lot of Nvidia and Tesla options on their chain that expire tomorrow? Yes. Yeah, both of them have a lot of expiries tomorrow. I don't think I have a vast fortune. Both. A few extremely profitable trades allowed me to make larger numbers of smaller, safer trades. Do you mind touching on how selling 14 DTE is more flexible than 30 DTE CC? Well, first of all, you can roll them out to 30 DTE instead of selling a 30 where you then have to roll it out to 45 or 60. Mostly that. I'm currently stuck on the toilet. I hurt my back and I have pain shooting down my leg when I try to stand up. Please send help. Uh that sucks, man. This is what you do. And I hope you've wiped your ass. Stick the bad leg out to the side and roll your body off of the toilet into like a push-up position. And then you should be able to crawl. So is the rule really don't sell CCs into OPEX unless the price is at least 10 to 15% above GM? Well, I don't know. Are you going to buy back your covered calls or no? A lot of these rules are in place because people do stupid shit. Don't underestimate the raw power of the collapse of the US dollar. I don't know if 71 basis points is a collapse of the dollar. I don't know how much of the charm's going to fall off tomorrow morning, but likely downside. Have you checked out R overemployed? I'm Thoughts on August 18 spy puts. What strike would you buy? Hmm. Um, I don't know. Maybe like August? Probably like 4:30 or something. Or I might do like a debit spread. Well, a calendar spread, but another ad? What's going on with the ads? Why do people keep I haven't done anything. Is Google going broke? Should I buy puts? Did they unshadow ban you? I don't know, maybe. Have I finally driven away all the super stonkers? Okay, cool. Guys, so about MOASS. I hope we get an update from Toilet Guy. He needs to crawl to like a piece of You made it off? I have a herniated disc, and sometimes it pinches a nerve and I get stuck. Okay, now you need to find an elevated surface like a stool or a stair, and then use that to stand yourself up. Also, that really sucks. 3 ads in the middle of the stream, for fuck's sake. It's, I'm not doing it. It's not like I'm clicking the fucking ad button. This is gonna be amazing. My fucking ad revenue for the day is gonna go from like $12 to like 50. Or YouTube's just not gonna pay me for all the extra ads that they're showing. That would suck. Wonder how that works. You poors don't have YouTube Premium? Who the fuck gets ads? Do you guys not have ad block? Like, what's happening? I haven't seen an ad on anything for like 3 years. I'm not allowed to have financials attached to my Google account. Looks like we topped out on SPX. How far down do you think we drop? It depends on how much call selling occurs. Let me take a look. So, there's still support at 43.95, 43.90. The 43.75 and 43.50 calls have sold off a lot. So if we break down through 43.90, very, very little support. Also, stopped out of my straddle at the top. Let's fucking go. Why is VIX going down with the price? Go back up, VIX. You're going the wrong way. You're confused. You can buy Google gift cards and use that to pay for YouTube Premium. Oh, there you go. Yeah. You don't want the man getting your credit card information. Then you'll be on the grid. I pause ad block on YouTube because otherwise the YouTuber doesn't get money from my view. I like to support the couple of channels I watch. Well, thank you so much, Wessel's Pretzels. But apparently the ads are like out of control today. My YouTube Premium that I got for $3 using a VPN is still working after a year. Nice. I think so. I never really look at the ad revenue breakdown. It's I'm not like big enough for it to matter. I think that kind of shit only matters for people who get like millions and millions of views. I wonder if Google Ads is doing work on my site. I have literally never had an ad on your channel. The ads on Discord audio are fairly typical. Wait, really? There's ads on Discord audio? You're kidding, right? Check DM. What do you got, Dork? You've lined those up. Oh, it's USD. Oh, yen? Okay, yeah. Who cares? It's a breaking correlation. I spoke with the YouTube directors and personally requested that your channel be unshadow banned. Thank you so much, Smooth Ape. Did you just retract all your prior reports? You know what does matter? 780 watching, but only 343 likes. Hit that button. Thank you so much, Gerald. If you guys could. Kirk, is Walken about to return? Probably. I pay for YouTube, so I never have ads, and that's because I use it all day while working, putting on streamers and music videos from my car tablet for passengers. It's worth it. Alright. Has a sponsor ever approached you? Oh, yeah. Shitloads of them. I have like an entire email account that is just like nothing but sponsorship offers. Let's see what the latest ones were. Hold on. I'm gonna look. I got Financial Juice and Flexi Spot Standing Desk collaboration and Moo. I've never seen you stand. This is true. Yeah, those are the last three. Why does SLD suck now? And why are market participants ignoring two more 0.25 rate hikes this year? Well, SLD is not over. Not by a long shot. Also, there's no VIX expiration this week, so the last couple of SLDs have had some caveats, but um, they have not been that great. I don't think the market's ignoring the rate hikes, but I think they're going to get their last pump in because positionally it was going to happen regardless of what JPOW said. As long as it didn't crash the market. Are you seeing a capitulation on the top of the call chain? That all fell off yesterday. Financial juice caboose? No. What's the most outrageous and weird sponsorship offer you've received? Um, like random finfluencer personalities messaging me on Twitter and being like, "We should really partner up and create like a trading platform to sell to people." Which means they don't even know how to create a fake trading platform. They didn't specify that they would be 0.25. I mean, that's true. They could just do 150. What are your GME positions right now? I have a bunch of shares, and then I sold a bunch of cover calls earlier. After the dead deal, you expected SPX downside conservatively between 3 to 5% with FOMC and auctions. Since we've irrationally pumped from 42.25, do you have a new 4 to 6 week PT? Um, it's still roughly the same. Well, let's see. My lower PT target is delta neutral at 41.65 right now. Obviously if we hit that we could go below it, but that's kind of where my target is currently. If you sold all your shares right now, what would happen to GME's price? Probably not a lot. I mean, I don't own that much. I could probably get it to drop like $1 or two. What's 150? I don't want to sell my shares. Ew. I used it when it was being developed. It was kind of, yeah. I think Gaff was doing it too. I've never seen the Warrior trading ad. Didn't I thought that guy got like sued or something? Is he still around? All I'll say is this pump has been great for CSPs. Every little dump followed by a massive pump is ideal to open a position, then close, rinse, and repeat. Nice. The good news is the delta on my puts has dropped off so much, they bleed less and less every day. $25K shares, not much. Do you have 25K shares? What's your expectation for SPX price action tomorrow? We'll see how the morning expiry goes down. I don't know how much of the exposure is going to fall off on the morning expiration versus the weekly contract. Most data providers aggregate the like Fridays, so it's hard to say. I think SPX will have any breakdown follow through, or looking like we chop here until the end of the day pump. Well, it needs to break down below 43.90 for us to move down to where the prior calls fell off the chain. Or the likelihood of end of day pumps severely just diminished since we hit 44.10. Well, it doesn't seem like anything got squeezed out, or if positions at 4400 got squeezed out, they were very small. Um, we haven't fallen enough yet to say that they're not going to get squeezed out, right? So I would say that while we remain above 43.95, there's still a chance that those positions capitulate, and that could drive us a little higher. Targets move, stocks. It's the market. It literally changes every day. Stay on top of shit. I haven't targeted 39.50 for weeks. Are we still closer to 4100 than 4500? Daily RSI on SPY is 75. Is this normal? Not really. 39.50 sound like lottos. Well, VIX is really low. So, I mean, you can have 39.50 like Vega plays that do really, really well if VIX goes up to like 18, 19, right? Are zero DT straddles viable? Yeah, as long as you only trade them on the intraday. I don't know if you mean like buying one DTE the night before, or do you mean just buying zero DTEs intraday at resistance? Um, you may not have heard it, but they've happened, Foundation. The night before, you need a bigger move, but yeah, I mean, as long as there's a big move. If the market trades kind of flat the next day, though, you're fucked. There's a lot of you're gonna lose a lot of money to theta, so you need a big move to cover that. And 3 isn't enough either. 5 is like the bare minimum, and you still lose a chunk to theta. I usually buy them like, unless the market's pretty volatile, I usually buy them like 10 to 14, or have been lately. Sometimes I'll get a little less theta on the side I think it's going to move towards, but generally speaking, the more theta, the better. Should I sell my GME 26p up 47%? You could wait. Looks like liquidity is still continuing to contract. Some profit taking here, but I don't think. Yeah. So liquidity is starting to contract. I expect if we're gonna see shorting, it'll come in probably with the index moving down. It's still hard to short it right now because the indexes are up. So we got basically what we got here today on GME is a bunch of shorter dated long calls closing out, right? After no news from the shareholder meeting. And some short calls being sold, but we don't have a lot of shorting, right? Could SPX break Gamma Max? I don't think so. I mean, I assume on SPX, Gamma Max would just continue to rise, that it would never actually break. I'm digging 3-week strangles. Strangles? Or straddles. Like you're doing 2021 DTE. That's pretty good. Yeah. I would do more theta, but I don't want to leverage up positionally, right? Because I do about like 150,000 a leg each day, and then if I go further out than 14 days on the theta, I'd have to increase the position size by like 30%. And yeah, theta's really expensive on SPX. Some days I'll increase the position size if I think a lot is going to happen. Like big expirations, I'll increase the position size. Or like yesterday, I carried more contracts. But usually I try to do 25 and 25. And then I think the average yield over since November when I started doing them, um, the average yield has been I haven't recorded every day, but it's roughly like 8 to 15% a day. I have to figure out how to calculate it back with the the carryovers, because I've carried puts over and I haven't calculated that as part of the yields. On high Vega plays, how difficult is it to find a buyer? It can be harder. You want to try to find a strike with a lot of OI, a liquid one. Yeah, it's probably sell it mid. For your next song, could you remake the Give a Little Whistle song from Pinocchio cartoon and change it to Buy a Little Theta? No. No. I've gotten no word on the margin conversion for this account yet. I mean, there's a deferral in place for GME's OPEX. Also, liquidity is already blown out. So unless they short the absolute fuck out of it by next week, um, there's really no liquidity realization that needs to occur. RC buying 10 mil GME to talk smack like Elon buying Twitter. It's a bit different, right? You're such a weirdo, Squabs. I will not be feeding the cat any grilled cheeses on stream. Although now I kind of want a grilled cheese. Any thoughts on VIX and SPY trending together? A lot of repositioning going on. We'll have a better idea of that positioning tonight. We still haven't broken down, so our potential to move up remains. Or at least to see capitulation at the 4,400 strike, which I don't think has happened. We may start to see more capitulation and a fall back through 4,400. I don't know, in like the next 35 minutes or so. Man, if we hit 4,360 today, oh boy. Dude, ads? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Everyone keeps saying it. $29 DTE SPY 438p. Decent theta to see some down Cs next week. Yeah, it doesn't seem bad. I mean, you're pretty close to at the money, right? What's your risk? 44 40 40 44 41 or 441 40 40 440. God, I hate. Ugh. Why is it? Can everyone just use SPX numbers? So I only have to think in 4 digits. Ads on mobile, none on the desktop. Oh, because ad blocker. A funny watching a green Dixie candle turn deep red every time the SPX makes a red candle. Hmm. I don't even know if you can hit the ad button that much. I'm sure they're playing ads right when you're saying something I need to hear. That's what I'm going to use as an excuse anyway. Hitting 4,360 today would make my week. Yeah, it'd be, pretty awesome. Discord audio ads have remained flat, no spike like the YouTube ads. Did you paper hand Dillionaire Celtic? Did you blow up your account? If you had to choose, would you rather look like Jar Jar Binks or talk like him? Fuck. Is neither an option? Did you? I don't want to choose. Did you say that you roll your spreads as soon as they hit zero? Does that mean that you roll them as soon as you are break even? Don't spreads tend to fluctuate from profit to loss frequently at first? Yes. I roll them at net credit, right? So the acceptable loss is the credit received. Roll or close. And this is for shorter dated ones, but say you sell random stock, doesn't matter. Like a 400, 405, you get like 0.78 credit, right? It expires like tomorrow, right? Um, at negative 78 cents, I would roll it or close it. The fuck? If it has more theta, I would just buy. I would just hedge, right? I started saying right at the end of sentences when explaining things, and my family doesn't like it. That makes sense. Petition for someone to generate a deepfake of Girk saying smoother than a dolphin's ass in Jar Jar's voice. I could do that, but I don't want to. Girk, I started saying right. I don't know if you can fix that. I hope I don't do that in real life and I only do it on here. I already have problems socializing due to my persistent asshole-ish behavior. If calls start capitulating, will it become a dash for the exit? Yeah. It's charming. I have problems with social filters. Like, I'll just say what I really think of people to them. How far dated are you selling your $30 GME CCs? I sold some for tomorrow. Some for next week. Gork? Dork? What is it? Charts? Whistle and Dixie? So the SCX is an index, but it's actually driven by derivatives. Yeah. It's pretty cool, huh? Like New Yorker Asperger style, it's the same, right? I don't know, I guess. Speaking of Gurkisms, I started saying same like and how about hooked on phonics in real life? Telling people in real life that they're illiterate won't make you any friends, Yaga. I'm surprised you have real life friends if you're so mean to them. Are they like you so it doesn't bother them? No, not all of them are like me. Some are normal. I think they know I don't mean it with malice. There's no malice. I'm just an asshole. Maybe. Okay, some of it was addressed to my boss. Perfect. I now say curious to people. This is your fault. I probably could help it. I just don't want to. You've never once been rude to me. That's not true, Hazy. Lower highs on SPX. Breakdown soon. No. Breakdown under 43.95. Did treasury auctions come in like 50 minutes ago? I think the 8 week and 4 week moved down. Yeah. 30-year mortgage rate went down to 6.69. Is someone gonna get a house for the meme? Looking at some XSP puts. Unsure where the downside could come in. Thinking 270 DTE. Would you consider this excessive theta? And you're looking at the money? A bit, yeah. It's a bit. It's a bit. It's a lot. I said SXP could go down tomorrow. I don't know how much of the charm is gonna fall off on the morning expiration. Microsoft is promoting they're the next AI play since they own the key tech player running all this on their computers. That's bullish as fuck. Is it? Or is it already priced in? I'm in a dilemma. I've been short VXX since mid-March. I've been in the money since 28. My puts don't expire till August. Is it greedy holding them to 18? Probably greedy to assume that VIX will fall outside of its standard range to the downside at this point. Dix has dropped 114 BPS in the day so far. Okay, that's a wait, but only 80, so 114 from its peak today. Do you think SPX goes higher on T2 after OPEX next Wednesday? Why? Does everyone in the financial world just collectively agree that this is all a big joke? Yeah, I kind of think so at this point. Based on underlying stocks being so bullish, which ones? I was thinking slightly out of the money. Yeah, I mean, if you're just slightly out of the money, that's a lot of theta. I mean, 90 days is usually kind of my cap for any kind of swing play, and that's a very manageable position because you can roll and reposition at like 60 days and you're barely going to suffer any theta decay at all. If it's going to be a really big position, you may want to consider having that additional theta, but otherwise it doesn't seem particularly worth it. So you just like to be honest and speak what you think pretty directly, which makes you an asshole? Or are you normally the type who wants to insult people and your friends? Generally just like saying what I think. You look like a generous person in real life. Thanks. But yeah, I mean, mostly just I say what I think. I don't really think about saying it before I say it, which might be the problem. How does Dixie dropping impact the SPX day to day? Hmm. Well, it's not good for multinationals tech. But yeah, I mean, it has some effects. I mean, day to day, not so much. Dropping Dixie can have an effect on VIX, right? It can increase speculation on VIX, but they're not that tightly correlated. Is now a good entry to short Nvidia, or is the momentum too much? I mean, what are you just going like at the money or something, or are you going like long short? It's it's got room up to gamma max. Long short, I mean, it's very, the price is very elevated, but the price has been very elevated since it hit, fucking 200 and, well, actually, it's been elevated since it broke above 200 and since it went above 280 and 300 and now 400. So it's very dangerous. If you can't manage the position, I do not suggest it. I did paper hand, my expired card did. Don't you dare accuse me of such a sin again. Retracted. Whatever happened to the rower plotline? Are you still using it? I went to the gym yesterday. Nice. I didn't work out, but I went there. Do you have any Nvidia positions? Yeah. Equinox? I didn't cancel my membership. I should though. Mostly short, pretty much all short. I mean, I have bear spreads open, and uh, I have puts at 400, 380, 350, 300, 280, 260, 220, 200, 180, and 150. And 120. Under leveraged. Well, on the last dip, I got to close some 380s profitably, and then I reopened those yesterday towards the end of the day when we started to pump at 400, which was cool. I made money on Nvidia puts. It felt nice. How far out are the biggest chunk of puts? September and Jan are pretty equally weighted. JPOW 500 5000 IQ play. Surprise rate hike when Dixie hits 100. Interesting. Here's what I think. Surprise cut when bonds start to pick up. Then big QT. Do you think some big institutions are interpreting the macro data differently to you and are bullish at these prices? I mean, there's always big institutions that are always bullish. So there's always a degree of discretionary funds and asset managers that are net long that are just persistently bullish 100% of the time. So yeah, I mean there's always bulls. I don't think they're interpreting the macro data wrong. I mean their fund strategies just are going to drive buying. There's systematic funds that are going to buy because prices are going up, right? That's what they do. They go long up and short down. There's discretionary funds that are just always buying. Um, there's mutual funds. There's pensions that are basically always net long. Right, they're always just accumulating more and more ownership. That's true of ETF and equity funds as well. But total capital flows for equities have been consistently down for fucking months now. So even though there are those buyers that exist in the market, they're buying bags, right? Because everyone else is net selling. People get paid a lot of money to chase. How do I sign up for this? You have a Tesla position right now? I do. I have 40 two 30 35 and two 40 45 bear spreads. I haven't bought puts yet. I'm waiting to confirm the breakdown, but that's kind of what I plan on doing with the credit. I think I have some 170 June puts. June 30th puts, but those are I don't think those are going to go in the money. Some carryover that I forgot to set stops on. I think those were up at one point too. Just unfortunate. Any repositioning? No. Options chain looks roughly the same. Still supported by 43.95, 43.90. There's still some call interest at 43.10. The short side at this strike has yet to capitulate. So I think I mean, the goal seems to be to force them to drive it up above 44.10 and then start taking profits, but still too early for calls to be cheap enough. And the 4400s, they may not capitulate. They have some theta. So they may or they may not. Well, zero DTEs power SPX to 5,000 and higher. I don't think so. I mean, the amount of tail risk they create is already it's already at like a breaking point. They've laid off the zero DTE pedal for a couple days now. It's been a lot weaker. I mean, they have to keep selling puts closer and closer to the money, right? If they drive the VIX down. So, I mean, eventually they're going to need to get the VIX back up again so that if they want to do it more. This will be a NOPEX. The T+2 from quad witching expiry would be huge on obligations due to the melt up. They'll Juneteenth defer, dump at these pumped highs, and then satisfy obligations in early July. Why would they satisfy obligations in early July? There's another deferral in early July. You think 721 420p has enough theta with this bullish price action? Or would you consider rolling out to August? 420, 721. I don't know. Did you buy it now? Theta's getting kind of tight on it to be that far out of the money. Like, I mean, if we get a big move in the next few days, then yeah, it's fine. But if we don't, it's gonna start to hurt. You mean get the dollar back up? 1000K contract buy for 4300p for tomorrow. You're welcome, lovelies. Interesting. Do we have FTDs for GME going into July? I believe so. They're not very high. We haven't even seen the borrow rate get tapped, right? So FTDs are pretty low. I think I have them all the way up until well, end of this month so far. The only days with moderately decent fails are tomorrow and the 29th. And then on the MMFTD side, a little bit tomorrow, but nothing really after that. How many tomorrow? Like 400K. 616, 630, 721, 155, 150cc for Fubo. 2x of the 721 for this dated 150 is called away overnight. But my 5x for tomorrow are still in the same account. The assignment is like random. It's so it's assignment through OCC is just randomized. Kind of like a first in, first out kind of deal. OPEC settlement is deferred because of the holiday. For failures, like they're not going to defer settlement on like SPX. Do they defer settlement on treasuries for the holiday? I don't think so. I mean, FINRA definitely doesn't. FINRA has nothing to do with fucking treasury trading. The holiday should push out any, but there shouldn't be any settlements scheduled for the holiday. FINRA's a self-regulatory agency. No, not a bank. Fed's a bank. We're sticking a 4410 for the rest of the day. Yep. Well, or the calls capitulate, I guess. If the calls don't squeeze out 4,400 and they start to sell, then we can fall. But it won't be until later. So far, they haven't squeezed out the 4,400 short positions. So they've been unsuccessful in getting them to capitulate thus far. But calls are going to get cheaper, right? So they may just try again. So would it make sense to either not sell CCs, or if we need to roll to the week of 630 and not 623? Yeah, that makes more sense. I mean, if you're afraid of GME running, which I'm not at all, but if you are, then you would probably just wait. If short positions at 4,400 capitulate, does the SAX go higher or lower? Higher. No, I don't want to educate you. Go fucking use Google. It's insane to think SPX crawled back to 10% from all-time high in the market with looming recession, credit crunch, and other craziness. Is this how crashes happen? Kind of, yeah. It's definitely how the COVID crash happened. Volmageddon, not so much. Trump's whole international trade debacle, more so. Oh, wait, definitely. The dot-com bubble, obviously. Are you straddling the weekend? Yes. I might buy shorter theta on the call side, but I'm straddling the weekend. What percent of your GME position do you have CCs out on? About 40. I didn't realize the weekend lived in New York City. That's 2 days from now. Today's Thursday, Popcorn Trader. The weekend was 4 days ago. Yeah, but we're closer to the next one. No, today's not Friday. Also, for the rest of your portfolio, it's also not July. You can drink however you want to. I've been doing overnight straddles as 23rd call and 30th put. Put side's still open from earlier in the week. As we approach the weekend, does it make sense to roll forward a week? You could, yeah, and try to offset some of that theta decay. Weekends are rough. I'm not a big fan of holding over them, but yeah, you can offset some of the theta decay if you roll forward. Some of it's going to be priced in already, but not all of it, right? So at least you'd be doing it while your premiums are still a little more elevated. Probably better to have done that yesterday for positions bought earlier in the week or last week. Things are getting spicy in Ukraine. Russia's getting more desperate. Still a stretch to think that they'd use nukes. I might buy back my GME $18 covered call for this Friday and sell some 15cc for September. This will get me more premium and let me hit break even instead of 40%. Will I get instantly assigned? It's pretty unlikely you'd get assigned at all because why would anybody be buying a September $15 call to sell or assign right away? Right? Because that would just remove all the extrinsic value from the contract they just bought. I don't think Russia is getting more desperate. He said that. I mean, they probably are. They're not winning. Come on, do a dumpy. That'd be cool. It's still a little early for it to break down. Yeah, it's still early for it to break down. Net gamma's slipping a little bit, but I don't think enough, and I can just bounce here again. About 5 DC 4370 put when we hit 440 for an intraday play. Should I hold till tomorrow or cut my losses end of day? I was really expecting a small pullback. I mean, we may still get one, but it's still too early. Like if this bounce fails here and more call interest doesn't come in, right? But futures continues to sell off, then we could get a drop. And if we fall below like the 39 3090 3095, ideally 3090, then there's not a lot of call support to the downside. So we can move a little bit more below 4390. I mean, I already did. I said that it would try to break down in like 30 minutes at 12:15, and it tried. It just sucked at it. Do you think it breaks down today? It may not. I mean, we have to wait and see if calls are gonna. So one of two things is gonna happen when calls start to get a bit cheaper, right? Either calls are gonna start to sell off, or more calls are gonna come in, right? So they're either gonna buy more to continue to stabilize the price in this range, or they're gonna take profits, and that'll determine what happens here. Right now, nothing on the chain is moving. A breakdown would be awesome, but they don't want to lose. They don't want to lose the positional advantage they have at 43.75. So there's incentive for them to hold it higher. Those don't expire till tomorrow. Well, about half of them expire today. The other half expire tomorrow, but still. Are there any other factors slash reasons for SPX to move higher from here? I mean, speculation doesn't have to stop just because things are overvalued. So they could value things even higher. I mean, Nvidia moved up a bunch yesterday for no fucking reason. But the entire index is options. Are you asking about like the liquidity? So like illiquidity is creating more realized volatility, which means that smaller positions have more of an impact. Is that I'm not entirely sure what you're asking. I mean, all of the price action on SPX is driven by options because it's the only thing that you can trade on it. The tail wagging the dog concept, that's mostly driven by liquidity. In lower liquidity environments, options have more of an impact. Well, the hedging of options has more of an impact. The options themselves do too, but more the hedging of them. Yeah, because you're making a liquid options market on top of illiquid and illiquid underlying. And ensuring that liquidity, you create more risk on the market maker side, and so then there's more hedging on each position, right? And that creates more realized volatility. Yeah, but it only dropped $6 from 12.45. So like it didn't get momentum. It just stabilized. The well, futures or the underlying. The underlying of SPX is one share of each of the 500 stocks. One of these days, I'm going to buy calls for end of day pump, and it will finally fall through 10 supports. We'll see. I can't see a lot of reasons for them to take profits here. The only thing I really see that would influence it would be they don't want all their 4400s to get blown up at the end of the day, like what happened yesterday with the 4375s. I have a friend that has an underwater GME 20p that expires June 30th. Is it worth averaging down or too risky? It's risky. Puts on GameStop suck. You need to have something that offsets the drop in volatility and the theta decay in order for puts to be worthwhile. So if you're not going to go like synthetic short or use spreads, you're not going to make a lot of money on puts. Covered calls are better. We started face melting Friday a day early. That's true. Well, there's the AM expiration tomorrow too. And the settlement for those is the end of day today. One second. I'll be right back. I think I'm going to grab something to eat real fast. little bit of capitulation, but still holding 44. Yeah. So some trimming. Some trimming of like the 44.10 level. Not a lot, but a little. It's the last remaining gap on the top of our current channel. Gaps are pretty fun for confirmation bias. What's lunch today? I made grilled cheese. I got tricked into it again. Hmm. It is a crispy boy. What kind of cheeses? I think it's like some aged cheddar. um, Gruyere and Swiss. Well, Emmentaler. Can you crunch into the mic harder? No. You mentioned something about AM expiration for SPX. What effect do you think that has on SPX price action this afternoon? I mean, it definitely encourages the call side to keep their 43.75s in the money. Now, probably also their 4400s. Remember, the options on SPX are cash settled. The 4400s don't benefit so much from that, but the 4375s definitely do. I have some aged craft. Okay, mold moldy craft singles are not aged. It puts my grilled cheese to shame. I had to Google Emmentaler. It's good stuff. I just always have like a collection of various cheeses in my fridge. So grilled cheeses, they sound fancy, but really I'm just trying to use up cheese that I have before it molds. Craft doesn't mold, it just hardens and darkens. I thought that was like the cheaper, like the grocery store brand American singles. I said Emmentaler. There was no th there. Grilled cheese is only poor people's food if you're using Velveeta or processed cheese products. Thinly sliced pear? I'm super allergic to pears, so I'd probably not be able to benefit from the crunch. Although I could think of that would probably be good with like a gorgonzola. If we break through 4,400, do you see us going to 4,375 or unlikely? We need to break 4,390 to have any significant downside. Do you add cheese to the outside of your grilled cheese? Sometimes. Although I find if you're gonna make a Parmesan crisp or something like that, it's better just to make it and put it inside the grilled cheese. Have you tried to make baked camembert? Yeah, I've done that. I've done baked brie with like fresh compote. That's pretty good. Sometimes I make that. Yep. It's hard because I don't want to eat an entire fucking brie by myself. So it's Emmentaler? Hmm. Wait, what? I'm looking for the meat you said for the recipe. Where the fuck do I find that meat? You don't have to use guanciale. You can use pancetta or well, pancetta is probably easy to find. Prosciutto, I don't know if you're gonna find it or not. Guanciale can be really hard to find. Even like in New York City, it's not easy sometimes. It's made from the cheek. It tends to be fattier than the other two, but it also has less flavor. So Brie was my ex's name. I ate her cheese a good bit. Good for you, man. Or her? I don't know. Someone won. We need to break 4,390 to have any significant downside equals we will not break 43.90. See, that statement's not true. Were Carvana earnings really that good? They promised a bunch of shit they'll never achieve. So, I hope so, because they better offer some shares. I fucking hate Italy, and I refuse to go there. Friendlies had a burger that was between two grilled cheeses. I could feel my heart slow down when I ate it. That's gross. Lifetime supply of Velveeta, a gift that keeps on giving. Can you just culture the Velveeta and keep growing more of it? Keep like a towel over it, spray it with Windex once in a while. I bet Whole Paycheck has whatever you guys are talking about. Is that a nickname for something? Whole Foods? Not always. Also, I've gotten cured meats at Whole Foods before that were no longer good. They're not you know what, Whole Foods is not great with keeping any of the products in their store fresh or up to date. They've kind of taken the if people don't check, then you can sell it approach to FDA regulations. Spam and Velveeta inside white Wonder Bread fried in Crisco. Hold on. Are you frying the spam first or just straight out of the can? Pre Bezos, they were? Yeah, a long time ago. You let it slurp out of the can into the pan. You want me to say nacho cheese, don't you? Ice cream sandwich. I wonder if Darth got another job. Good for him. It's gonna save on my alimony payments. Pretty bummed I sold my boil thanks to your FUD, as well as being down 12%. Is your boil up? Wouldn't you just have been at break even now, though? Hmm. I would be up 5%. We'd be up 5% on like a 2-cent contract, though. Hmm. Fed reverse repo usage below 2 trillion for the first time since June. So 100 billion pulled out today. Looks like it went into commodities and treasuries. I'm sure shit didn't go into fucking stocks at the top. I mean, some of it probably went into T-bills. I don't know if it went into treasury bonds, but if RRP number is down, that means MOASS is down. Okay. Sad. I'm sorry, man. He's anti-boil? Maybe. Less than 2 trillion for my infinity pool. It's okay, popcorn trader. There's enough left in on RRP to make sure that every remaining member of Superstock can become a billionaire. RRP under 2 trillion means what? That it's 100 billion lower than yesterday? Do you still get to participate in the squeeze if you are not in Superstock? No. No, you don't. If you're not 100% DRS to book. When the brokers collapse, you'll lose everything. Now, walk that back and figure out what's wrong with that statement. But Girk, if the brokers collapse, who will buy my DRS shares? Excellent question, Danarchy. No one. As a matter of fact, even if you could locate a buyer, you couldn't sell them. Maybe you could withdraw your paper certificates from ComputerShare and meet them in person. Trade your shares for like some cans of beans or ammo. No, believe it or not, J Dog, the SIPC does not cover ComputerShare accounts. Awkward, right? Different J Dog. He's dog, you're dog. It's almost like being a transfer agent is incredibly more risky than holding with a broker. It's interesting how none of the original DDs about DRS highlighted that. It's okay, guys. You don't need insurance where GME is going. They've kept 950 of them open? That's impressive. Well, I feel foolish. Superstalkers kept talking about CS, so I gave all my GME to Credit Suisse. Bullish. How to un-DRS? You just transfer your shares to a brokerage. Does insurance cover the shares when it's being routed? I'm actually not sure. I think not until it's been received. Like once you have confirmation before settlement, you'd probably be covered from that point, but I'm not certain. I was gonna DRS, but then I got high. Nice. Oh, this explains all of your economic theories, Mount St. Funk. You're an AMC holder. I get it now. It's cool, man. Movie theaters kill it in recessions, right? Shut the fuck up, Cornub. You selling $2 Fubos on CC here? I sold some on it yesterday. Dang, I wasn't meaning for those that have DRS'd already. I'm saying like for those still on big name brokerage or shares being held in street name. Did you fuck up trying to FUD people into DRS and convince them though it was bad? Is the logic creeping up on you, J-Dog? J-Dog Diamond Ape? I should have known. Well, you fucked it up. How could you do such a thing? You're gonna be excommunicated. I'm gonna tell Platinum Sparkles what you did. What a clown. For what scenario are you waiting for entering the Tesla puts? I just got two Jan 24 230s and plan on averaging in tomorrow and next week. Well, I have no intention of buying that much theta. I was gonna wait for it to break back down below my lower bear spread, confirm the breakdown, ensure that calls are falling off the chain, then buy puts. I hold my GME shares in US currency. It's okay. You can say treasuries at a slightly lower than the current rate. It's still liquid currency. SS people are back? Well, there goes your ad revenue. I know, right? Back to the shadow ban for me. It was fun while it lasted. Well, not for you guys. Most of my treasuries are actually up. Yeah, but only until you get your first payment. What duration did you go? 2 or 5? It's okay. If everything works out, they'll be way up soon. My AMC saving idea is not worth it. I didn't see it. I wrote down all my GME serial numbers and my book titled Entry, just as SS recommends. Nice. Good job. Nope. Literally nothing came out of the shareholder meeting. Cohen said a bunch of things his dad said, and then I think that might have been it. Oh no, he went on like a libertarian speech about CEOs and executive officers not owning significant portions of the companies they run. Thoughts on if the euro will get stronger in 6 to 8 months' time? Well, they just raised rates today. You're making it seem as if those who DRS have any protection. No, I'm not. I was being sarcastic. I don't think people who DRS have any protection. There's no SPIC insurance on DRS shares. RC has to be so jealous of Adam Aaron for selling the top. Maybe he was fired because RC wanted him to buy more GME, and he was like, "Nah, I'm good." Imagine the chairman of the board's like, "Buy the dip, buy it right now." That's got a what a high pressure work environment. And even worse, imagine that chairman has also not paid you for 2 years. Like that day last year when it seemed like they all bought in together. Yeah, it's because Cohen comes in and he's like, "Did you guys buy any shares this quarter?" What happened to Furlong shares? Is he just holding the bag now? Well, I mean, they were awarded to him, not purchased, so he can just sell them, right? Also, imagine that if that chairman fires you, he will publicly mock you on Twitter like he's 5 years old. You know, you couldn't write this kind of shit, though. Seriously. The entertainment value provided alone is almost worth the cost of admission. We sussin' or bussin'? Going back to 4410. Calls are about to start getting cheaper. Ooh, 4415. That's fun. I think they might be squeezing out the 4400s now. Jesus fucking Christ. Dork, look at the fucking gamma on 4400. On the DTCC's website, they list the benefits of DRS, one of them being all the benefits of certificates without the costs and risks, no need for insurance since the shares are your property. Yeah, I never insure my property. Fucking idiot. Jesus Christ. Where do you people crawl out from? Brokers have insurance because they can go bankrupt. So can other corporations, like transfer agents. Do you want me to show you a list of transfer agents that have gone bankrupt? How about ones that have been fined by the SEC for fraud? It's extensive. What in hindsight were gaps you and the team may have missed when gauging the temporality of the bearish position's actualization? Really? Are you trying to write your sentences using an SAT word book? I'm surprised the dislikes are so low with all these SS people coming out of the woodwork. I hate it. I hate it when Jamie has earnings and events. With all the money that computer shares made off of GME owners over the last 1.5 years, I doubt they'd go bankrupt. They're well prepared for the recession. Ad hominem? I mean, yeah. For reals though? I mean, you can't predict zero DTE call buying, right? It comes in like a couple minutes. It's not like positioning that's sitting on the chain, right? We've gotten better at it, but it's a market mechanic that's only what, 8 months old now. So it's not like there's a large amount of historical precedence or evidence for how participants are going to conduct themselves with the availability of zero DT index options. I mean, fuck, the banks didn't even figure out they could pump shit with them until March. And that was 5 months after they had access. Dixie? Wait, did you DM me a dick pic? Or, oh, you're talking about the Dixie? I see it, Dork. I know what it's doing. When zero DTEs banned after they blame retail for using them to crash the market. Andre Maria, if the brokers fail, our entire economy is going to collapse and your shares will be worthless. You're talking about hundreds of trillions of dollars in derivatives blowing up. It doesn't matter if you own them. They're fucking not worth anything because there's no economy left within which you can trade them. Jesus Christ. At least you'll still live in Manhattan. I know, thank God. How many of the mods peni have you seen? All of them. Correction, they'll be worth the exact same. Is that some kind of vetting process? No comment. Let's assume an economy ending situation, and by the way, assume that my economic derivative will be worth something when the economy ends. Jesus Christ, man. Do you think the problem with super stockers is that they only think one or two steps down the line and never finish out their thought experiments? Um, sure. That's one of them. We should invite one of these guys onto a Sunday stream and shit all over them. That's not nice, dork. What blows my mind is that they're able to observe reality and then go, nope, that's not for me. Which mod is the most well endowed? Mork. Mork's got a huge hog. Could you elaborate on what risks there are for an investor if the transfer agent goes bankrupt? You're not really thinking down the chain of events here, right? You're just focusing hyper focusing on one aspect. You'll still own your shares if the transfer agent goes bankrupt. They'll be moved to a new transfer agent. But if brokers go down, there's no economy, and your shares don't matter. Too much stream time on junk comments, not enough on what's going on in the market. I told you they were going to squeeze out the 4400s. They're getting squeezed out. What the fuck do you want from me? Sandwiches? What's your gut feeling of what's going on in this market? It's getting pumped by large entities so they can offload their bags onto people who are bullish, market makers, and ETFs that don't have a choice. I think as soon as they're done, they're going to pull the fucking rug, dump everything, and move all their capital into bonds. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of people around the country will lose their jobs, homes, credit, and JPM will make 6% a year. No, maybe not their wives. Actually, the rate of divorce goes down in recessions because people can't really split up. Once again, the speculation of the rich dumped onto the unsuspecting poor. The idea is that a transfer agent wouldn't restrict access in case of a black swan event, but their broker can. Their broker can restrict access because they still have to use a broker to facilitate trades. So if all the brokerages stop trading GME, right, and you get your MOASS dream, you still won't be able to sell your fucking shares. They're not a broker, right? Also, who actually got fucked by brokerages shutting down in 2021? I traded the fucking thing. It wasn't that bad. The crash in 2020 was worse. They turned off the fucking buy and sell button for the entire S&P 500. They just said no more of that shit today. Where was the outrage then? I thought not selling in CS was the whole point. There is no point. It's just arbitrary circle jerking for the sake of it. I mean, I'm not gonna probably straddle tonight unless we fall back towards 4,400. There's no fucking way I'm buying calls at 4,420. We've only had 5 green Thursdays before quad witching in the last 3 years. 80% of the following Fridays were down an average of 1.6%. Only quad witching March 2022 was green. But then the entire month of April was red. You said that 2 weeks ago. I mean, when I said that 2 weeks ago, said what? I'm not buying straddles at 4,400? I don't want to. I fucking hate buying calls up here. Most days they suck. It's only on the days where you get massive upside moves that they're even worthwhile. You watch your portfolio value go up, then you watch it go even lower. Then you all pat each other on the back. I hope more SS leave, honestly. They make GME investors look entirely insane. I mean, GME investors would probably look moderately insane anyway, right? Like, oh, hey, why did you buy that? Well, I really had a lot of faith in this brick and mortar video game retailer, and they have a good balance sheet and some money, that I hope they do something with at some point. PCO is a weird concept to me in general, but on a different topic, could you please call BlackRock and ask them to stop pumping SPX? Nope, they're not done selling. They have $8 trillion in assets. Actually, BlackRock's just always net long, right? And through their ETFs. So what do they do at the top? They don't sell, really, right? Ever. So they just bump the borrow rates on everything and then lend out all the short shares. You know what's insane? Being bearish in a 6-month bull market. I bought calls too. I also made money on puts. Were you not here in March, Feb, April, May? You know, all the times the market went down. What are you bearish? What are you bullish on? Did you buy Nvidia at the bottom? No one else did. Show me your portfolio full of tech holdings. Bears have been getting smoked. I'm still here. Is Dole a tech holding? Because it's technically awesome. No. Pain trade is painful. Big news. You know what's even crazier? Being bearish in a bull market and not hedging. Why are calls so much cheaper than calls on SPY? That puts? VIX is low? But are calls cheaper than... You mean puts cheaper than calls? We haven't been in a bear market since 42.92. There is a technical level for that. My SPX 4400C at open was $1. Nice. Is now a good time to start hedging? No? I guess it's better than not hedging, but you probably should have been doing that all along, right? Puts are more expensive than calls? Look at the 520 expiration. Why would I look at the 520 expiration? What expiration is that? 620. That's a fucking Tuesday. Are we finally breaking down? A little bit. I spy with my little eye another blown up port. Taking profits, faking profits. You know what's interesting is the call interest hasn't really changed much. Any downside is a great call buying chance for them. I agree. But there's levels to confirm breakdowns, like 43.90. It's outrageous. I rolled my July puts out and up to August 4300s just last week, and now they're getting hammered because we're trading at 4400. Right? Hmm. Okay, calls are getting cheaper here. Yes, rejected, but it hasn't broken down yet. Might break down more. Okay, yeah, looks good to continue down a little bit. Well, we either bounce here or we get another move down. I don't see more calls coming in. But they could, and they're cheap. Why would you take profits if they're cash settled? Like if you're holding 4400s right now, do you think it's that advantageous to take profits? Yeah, I don't know why there's playing. A bunch of people said that today. I don't know why there's playing so many ads. I didn't change any of the settings. It shouldn't be. Just use ad block. Maybe I'm popular on the algorithm again. Do most of the monthly SPX options expire in the AM or the end of day contracts? Most of them expire in the AM. The AM is the monthly expiration, right? So that's the expiration that's open first. You shilling more? Shilling what? If I'm trading on my phone, do you really think I'm streaming on desktop? I don't know. I just assume that everybody's has a trading station where they're doing all their trading. If it can go up or down, it will probably go up for the last few months anyway. Usually, yeah. The handicap stall at work. 12th ad of the day. My blocker isn't working anymore. What is your ad blocker have a limit? Yeah, I have ads set exactly the same way as they're always set. I don't know why they're playing so much. YouTube ramping up ads equals bearish. That's why I said, should I buy some puts on Google? But no one answered me. Would options activity on SPY, QQQ, and the underlying impact SPX? Yeah. I mean, QQQ a little less, the different indexes, but some parts of those indexes are the same. Mine only says 2 blocked on this page. Sold my rev shares while driving on the highway and got pulled over. No ticket, though. Nice. Do you hold a 4360 put expiring tomorrow? No. I have 4360 puts expiring next. No. On the 30th. So the Friday after next. Next Friday is the 23rd, right? Yeah. They recently lowered the requirements for being affiliated. Maybe they bumped ads during the change. Maybe, but that seems awfully aggressive. 12 in one day? At least, like, if you're gonna do that, at least turn off ads for, like, members or something, right? Like Twitch does. I wouldn't fucking watch anything that played 12 ads. Almost like YouTube's revenue is slumped. I mean, last quarter it was doing okay. I have one runner left. SPY 436p for tomorrow. Do you think it's more or less likely that I find a better exit tomorrow? Don't berate me. The cost is well covered. Better hope that we start to get a breakdown of the charm after tonight. Otherwise, not till next week. My buddy at Google confirmed Twitter stopped paying its bill and will be kicked off soon. Interesting. I think they also stopped paying for their offices. I just switched to mobile to go to work, and yeah, 4 ads in the middle of the stream. Jesus. Isn't there like an app that does the same thing? Or just YouTube Premium? 0 ads today on mobile, no premium. Okay, I don't fucking know. I didn't change anything. As far as I knew, it should only play ads if I hit the ad button, which I literally never do. La Flama Blanca lying through their teeth. Maybe just in a country where YouTube's doesn't have advertising. YouTube regular user 0 ads today. Okay, so I don't know why some of you are getting more than others. I'm not in control of that. It was confirmed in the Twitter lawsuit docs. Elon personally said all bills must be approved by him and fired anyone who paid the bills. Okay. Why would you pay the bills? Like what, how did someone get fired in that scenario? Is there someone out there who's like, oh fuck man, I gotta pay this corporation's bills right now? More ads on Apple devices. Oh, okay. Apple also charges more for membership. California? He's squeezing his landlord and going to renegotiate the lease. I don't know how perma bears do it. I've only been bearish for 6 months, and it's the worst. Burry's autism level must be off the charts. I actually hate being bearish too. It sucks. Twitter being sued by ex-employees for unlawful termination? Who cares? They're not publicly traded. I guess the bookkeepers tried to pay the bills like they normally do? Idiots. I believe Dash is getting sued for charging more on iPhone as well. Interesting. I talked to a Finnair guy at a tech conference, and he said they track if you visit on a Mac versus a PC, and prices change. Hmm. I wonder if you get like your own ads because you're on a Mac. Like, do you get ads for people that buy Macs? Is this how consumer durables continues to stay elevated? But it feels so good when you're right. Yeah. Yeah, it does. I remember everyone losing their shit in August. I do. And then everyone thought I was crazy for being long in October. They're like, this can't possibly go up anymore. Then banks fail and people get bullish. It's unbelievable to me. Hmm. Are you just trying to confirm bias with monthly candles? Why are you even looking at those? I mean, I have puts too, but you don't see me going out and being like, oh, this monthly candle's bigger than this one. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. Not the warm up silliness. I mean, full circus. When we broke above the well, actually, when the JPM 2-3 collar rolled off of 4190, and we lost the upside resistance that was keeping us under 42. That's kind of when shit got silly. I wish I'd sold all my Jimmy in August and got long cat at 165. That was a fun run. For those of you guys following the secret DDSDD, by the way, it's down a little bit today. Can you play clown music, please? No? Why? Because we bounced again? I don't think we regained 4420 again. Straddling tonight? I'm thinking I might actually not. I mean, I'm not going to go into tomorrow with no call hedge, but I may position it a little differently. I have to think about it. Hmm. Maybe I'll just go like debit spreads like add the money put debit spreads. Like limit the profitability but limit the cost of the downside position and then use the difference to buy shorter theta calls. Why are you gonna try to short cap or short Tesla on a Friday? I wouldn't. Where is this price action coming from? No one's buying calls. The interest on the call side's like flat. Is this all just futures? we test on the bottom? 44.60. Last of the roll, maybe? The FBI controls the markets, man. I just noticed we missed the 44.20.69 by 10 cents. Meme market confirmed. Don't worry, we're going to try it again. Now I'm mad, though. I sold my calls. Can't view futures? Can you show us? Yeah. Put selling? I mean, VIX isn't going down a ton. Like, it's been going down a bit today, but not much. And it's still up on the day. Secret Service is stuck with IWM. Hmm. The thing I'm most excited for is complaints that go roughly like, Gherk, I didn't have any puts. Yeah. Or I closed my puts the day before it went down. It's always gonna be someone. Forty-four 2069 was not the top. Meme market unconfirmed? What can I use to see massive zero DTE buys coming in real time? If you can get real time options volume? Will the market just pump until the economy is in shambles and then the Fed pushes us on a digital currency and the market just stays up with that? That's a bit conspiracy driven, don't you think? Palantir or SoFi? I already own Palantir. I don't own any SoFi, although they may benefit from the student loans resuming. Palantir or Platano? Palan Palantir? Do you remember, was there ever a time when there was no resistance for weeks on the major US index like SPY? Serious question. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's happened before. The last time I remember really being like crazy like this, I don't know, like late October 2021. I remember because like SLD was pretty shitty. Like no one cared about it back then, but SLD was like kind of shitty in October, and then we just absolutely fucking ripped face like all the way into like mid-November. Then November SLD was kind of weird too. Like it dropped, but it bounced back out like into the end of November. But that period of time was pretty fucking crazy. And coming out of the COVID crash, there were a few instances of price action kind of like this. Like most of the summer after the COVID crash, like July, August was pretty fucking nuts. Going into the COVID crash was absolutely fucking crazy. Like the market basically went straight up from October 2019 all the way into Feb when it crashed. Back then we had some bull case at least, right? Yeah. Although the bull case back in like November of 21 was a lot of the reason so many people got left holding the fucking bag in December and January, right? This is just silly now. It is. Yeah, I agree. And I sold the last of my calls at 420. This has been silly for a month. Looks like SPX is coming to the top of a trend on the 1 year chart. Do you have that info there? Which trend are you looking at? On the 1 year? Where's the tail risk? I didn't look at it today. Jesus. Well, now it's almost as high as it was in August. Hold on. It's better like this. Did I get blocked? I don't think so. The last 3 months wiped out everything I made in the last year and then some. I think there's some fundamentally important questions to ask here. How did you risk in 3 months the amount of money you made in a year? Why did you not hedge that at any point, man? Besides the position allocation obviously being way too large, there was additionally no hedge. Bro, Wendy's is a seasonal job. Well, no, it's not. Are my July 21 410p dead? I think I've officially lost all emotion. I don't know. What do you think? Are we looking at Volmageddon 2.0 soon? Because this is nutso. This is pretty fucking crazy. Thoughts on SoFi? Could do okay. Their balance sheet's been doing. They've been doing pretty well. Student loans getting turned back on would probably benefit them a lot. How did we break up so much from 4,400? The 4,400 positions got squeezed out. It's not a ton of money, like 5K. I thought I could get a big win and then start less risky strats. Okay. Well, I mean, $5,000 is a lot to some people. Don't. That's you're working backwards. For everyone here who thinks that you're working backwards. You don't get a big win and then do less risky shit. You do less risky shit to make enough money to attempt to get a big win. I don't know how to convey the value of compounding gains to people. I'm just angry I got stopped out early. Yeah, I mean, it's the story of all of these pumps, though, when you have calls on them, right? They always pull back enough that you can't continue to take risk holding the call side, especially if it's profitable. You're doing fine. Experience is just the better teacher, but it's not an experience you want to see people have, right? Like, it's a shitty experience. Can you advise of a bear call strategy for Nvidia with GM so far away from spot? I sold some 40, some 450, 465s, so just at GM today. It was about a 7% yield. Um, those seem to be doing okay. I mean, this pump obviously sucks, but Nvidia's not bearing the brunt of it today, so like it did yesterday, thankfully. I'm currently carrying no positions up or down, except for some GMECCs. I did well not to lose too much, but re-entering is daunting. Seems like the theta we've discussed is not long enough. Yeah, I've had to roll shit out. But if you hedge that shit, then the pain is significantly less, right? Losing 100% of your port on 10 puts is catastrophic. Losing 5% of your port on 3 puts is not that bad. You can still get a big win when you hedge, right? Look at Nvidia. Like hedging Nvidia earnings, right? How do you think tomorrow unfolds after the 4400s crumbled? I don't know. I mean, there's still time today for things to unfold. I still don't see a lot of calls coming in. Nope, never mind. Now there's more. Where the fuck did these come from? Hey, Dork, is there something wrong with the... Do you see this? Were those all bought at once? I sent the message to the wrong person. This isn't the charm. Yeah, Jay Fresh was right. That's why I bought calls this morning. Did you see the charm last night? It was ridiculous. But what the fuck is that? That has nothing to do with charm. Yeah, it's like 10 billion fucking gamma. That was me. Would you like me to manage your money? Who's about to get margin called? It's a good question, right? That's insane. I don't think I've ever seen that big of a position come in on SPX at once ever. Like it's like three standard deviations more volume than we've had the entire rest of the day. Goldman tanking? Oh shit. Is there news? No news. What's the fucking news? Did Goldman just die or something? Goldman Sachs is fine. GS subpoenaed on SVB. That doesn't seem like a big deal. By the Justice Department? There was a rumor of David Solomon getting shit canned. So he's turning whistleblower? SEC probing Goldman's role in SVB's final days. Interesting. The rumor of Solomon getting fired was a post on Wall Street Bets. The least reliable kind of rumor. Yeah. Or the most. Remember Spurt? Spurt was a Wall Street Bets rumor too. You think they pump with money? I mean, someone just bought like 10 million worth of gamma on SPX. 10 billion, sorry. Well, if the top's gonna blow off, are they liquidating Goldman to buy zero DTEs? I think Goldman's dip is over. I mean, subpoenaed to discuss SVB's final days is not like game ending for Goldman Sachs. Fucking retail, yeah. I can't believe all these retail investors bought 10 billion gamma on zero DT options on SPX. How wide are the cheeks? They have to be extreme now. Well, this move will definitely do something. They were actually collapsing up until this point. Actually, they're still kind of collapsing. Huh. Interesting. They're just gonna hit 4450? Why? Is 4450 where the bags are? 1 second. What the fuck? No, they're not shooting for 4,500. They just bought 3 to... Let's see. They just bought about 3 million gamma, or 300 million gamma at every strike from 44.35 to 44.50. They didn't buy anything above that. Oh, this is 1% daily compounded gains versus 1% daily with a monthly 20% loss. I mean, I don't know how important this is when everybody just loses 100% every month. The position allocation's the problem. The risk management part is easy. Hold on, but I will show people because it hopefully it'll help people understand better. Hold on. I'm so glad I bought 1 call for my 2 puts. Nice, man. Are we in a simulation? It kind of feels like it. I know, but even 20% screws people. Yeah, it does. It should be hard to hit a 20% loss. It should be like 20, 10 at least consecutive failed trades, right? To lose 20% of your total port. Dixie wrecked again. Okay. That was fucking crazy, man. Look at how much VIX rocketed too. Hey VIX, what are you doing? 100k 0 DT volume over the past 20 minutes. Insane. Fucking insane. This was alarming. Yeah, that was nuts. Did someone just implode? Seriously? I don't know. That was fucking nuts. How much money did that cost? I mean, it was the three strikes, three strikes at the money. Probably a roughly like $9 a contract average. Couple 100 million. The at the money ones are more expensive. Maybe the average is a little higher. If we end the day at 44.50, will you straddle overnight? Mm, probably not. I don't think we're going to, but is this just gonna go vertical down? I don't know. Kind of hope so. The call interest is holding up for now. 44.50 sold off a little bit. That was fucking crazy. All right. 44.50, 44.45 selling off. Are they trying to make back their 0 DT losses yesterday? Well, I mean, they got back the like forward return profitability, right? So forward returns are up over yesterday, barely, but just up over yesterday. It's just been pumping like crazy, Flocala. My calls got stopped out for profit. I'm back to being bearish. Capitulation is over. Goldman's picking up momentum. Hmm. Ah, well, I mean, it failed again. Hmm. Goldman looks pretty stable on the drop. What's a reasonable trailing stop on a 0 DTE? I usually keep it right around 0.2, 0.3. Do you, well, the problem with making them too tight on 0 DTEs is the price of like the premium's really volatile. Um, I'd imagine a trailing stop of 0.2 or 0.3 you get stopped out quite a lot, right? So you have to find a balance between getting stopped out on every single entry and being able to hold the contract long enough for it to provide returns. Why do you think GME isn't pumping with SPX since GME is so illiquid? Well, we got a bunch of liquidity back on GME. So GME is, I mean, it's not that illiquid right now. Liquidity is better. It's still more illiquid than a lot of other stocks, but right now liquidity is better. You know, this part, illiquid, liquid. What do you think the big gamma purchase was all about? I don't know. That was fucking crazy. Yeah, looked like it was all 0 DTs. Oh yeah, non-check, perfectly normal. Multi $100 million buys of 0 DTEs on SPX, run of the mill. Serious question, since they got a bunch of liquidity back on GME without needing to cover, they did cover. That's how you get the liquidity back. What's the tail risk index looking like at this point? I just showed everybody. Get out of the 1 hour. VIX is probably better here. By the time my order fills on an option, it's already down 4%, and that's only if I get a good fill. That shouldn't be happening. And we're discussing 20% of an entire portfolio, not 20% of one position. Interesting move during an SLD period where they're supposed to be providing additional liquidity, not dumping it into zero DTEs. That's how it got more liquid. Lulu. So more liquid now, not less liquid. Why would it get less liquid if institutions sold at earnings? Decent spot for some $20 synthetic longs on BTU. Is it worth it on the put side? I don't think there's like a very good put premium there. How did the 40-50 Cs look? They fell off a bit. They're still there though. No problem, flow call out later. I think the biggest mistake of retail, including me, is overtrading. Also, at one point, I saw a chance to get out of wage slavery, which made me overtrade. It ended in tears. Possibly. What explains VIX being up and not budging despite SPX and NDQ hulking up today? Repositioning. Large amounts of repositioning. High volume on the options chain. Most likely very high volume between 23 and 30 days expiration. How does Palantir look to you now? I mean, it's going to keep getting pumped by its underlying ETFs. Stop trying to short Palantir. Volume's diminishing, but it hasn't gone down yet. So unless you're gonna take on a lot of theta, which you can't do, you're in Europe. My biggest problem trading was my first trades were shorting SPY before COVID, then GME. Then I made 50K on Tesla, and I thought if I just kept YOLOing, it would continue. Ah. I got an unskippable double ad. They need money to keep pumping. What's longer dated GEX look like? I haven't checked it yet. 1 second. Looks like a lot of the 40/50s they bought are on Friday. Tomorrow. Some of them are for 721. They're not all zero DTEs. A lot of them are zero DTEs. Like 30 billion of the gamma. Or 300 million? Yeah, 300 million of it. Is zero DTEs. But there's like another 26 that's longer dated. I made 30K on 1 DTE calls on this pump. I gotta think this will crash and not correct with the right catalyst. Also looking forward to the weekend stream where we speculate on where we got our timing wrong again. I mean, there's no timing this shit, right? I mean, you guys saw what just happened. But I went long at market open today, so I would say that we at least knew some of today's pump was coming. Not the last leg of it, but the early part of it. Nice, Gavin. Any negative gamma out there at longer dates? I mean, you wouldn't know, right? Because it's not at the money. So yeah, but I mean, it's not at the money. About that VIX. Yep. Are zero DTEs causing the bull market, or the bull market making people buy zero DTEs? The former. Nice, Stonks Alona. Congrats, man. VIXs would become detached from SPX and reality. It's not going up that fast. Relax. Man, that's fucking weird. Yeah, there's no way to see that coming in. Do you think these ups are part of the pain trade? I feel like I'm not seeing the everyone is a genius for buying stocks part on social media like they usually do during tops. You mean the post like if you bought Nvidia in January with $1,000, you'd be up X number of dollars? Those articles. Hindsight analysis. Those are always the best. Is this a good time to begin building a long-term VIX hedge? If so, how deep in the money would you buy calls? 12, $15 strikes? Yeah, when VIX is at its lows is the best time to buy like in the money calls. I usually get them at like zero point 0.7 and zero point 0.8 delta. Sometimes zero point 0.9 if I'm gonna hedge. Like if VIX is really low, I might get zero point 0.9. I think this is the time where we all call our moms. I could try. Probably won't answer. If simply buying tons of 0 DTE calls can make SPX pump endlessly, how will we ever correct or crash? Well, tail risk keeps getting more and more extreme. If someone sells, right, there's no support. These are 0 DTEs, right? They would just get blown the fuck up. Don't worry, Greg. A few people in the Discord are hindsight analyzing your prediction for the top of the run. The top is nigh. This was fucking crazy, man. Like the one the other day was pretty nuts. This is absolutely insane. What if no one sells? Equity outflows are equity's net outflow. Everyone's selling. You can like look it up. It's not like I'm making it up. What does that tell you? If equity is net outflow for 3 months, but the price of the indexes and the 8 of the underlying stocks is up. You mean 9% in a couple of weeks with zero pullbacks isn't normal? No way. It's perfectly healthy, Dork. This is a normal, functioning, and efficient market. I'm just pissed that I sold 40 fucking 44.20. Wouldn't your 12K Vega option go nuts if it collapsed? Yeah, but that's just like a meme. If equities are net outflow, how are the little fish leaving? That would mean the big fish are leaving. Are you implying the little fish have more influence on the in and outflow of equities than the big fish? Isn't our current level all the way down to 4,100 just a house of cards in terms of actual support? I mean, there isn't any call support to the downside. 4,350 is about 4,350, 4,400. I mean, those are the only levels of support, and it's mostly short dated. It seems unlikely. Yeah, that's not how it would work. I feel like the market is kept up to prevent a broader sell-off, showing everybody like, "Hey, look, markets are fine," and the big fish is unloading bags. Yeah, that's usually how it works. Hmm. Wouldn't they just want to wait until it's the bottom of the bond market before they dump it all? I mean, how much lower do you think it's gonna go? Right? Where do you straddle from here? Not favorably. Give a man a fish and he'll buy zero GTEs. Do you have any friends on Wall Street? What's their perspective? Are their firms buying or selling? I mean, they're not going to talk about what their firms are doing. Um, ever. Most seem to have embraced the craziness, though, but I think most of them are moving towards, like, most of them have been moving into fixed income over the last 2 to 3 months. At least anybody I've talked to, which isn't very many of them. I like see shit on Facebook and stuff, but that doesn't mean anything. Spy Strangles with Theta seem like a decent conservative play for a poor who wants exposure. Spy Strangles with Theta. Yeah, I mean it's a good way. You can harvest the spread, right? If the market, if you have enough theta on it, market moves up, you can, scalp the call. Market moves down, you scalp the put. You just keep repositioning. So basically, zero GTs have broken the markets. I mean, no, there's still risk generated. You can't get that kind of leverage without creating risk. My buddy that lives on Smith Street said that he's selling his used car. So I think the top is in. Is his name Mr. Smith? No, but I still have like chat groups. I deleted my Facebook account, but I still have like Messenger. There's like chat groups on there and stuff that I'm in. That's on TQQQ puts 90 days out. Could be okay. Benefit from the volatility decay. Okay. I don't dislike that. It seems decent. What's TQQQ at? I haven't looked at that in forever. 41. I mean, you probably make money even if the market just stagnates, right? Some chop. What's the unraveling of these insane index prices even look like? Well, we just wake up one day to a 4% drop overnight. We could, yeah. I mean that's kind of what unraveling of the long position would look like at this point, depending on if short puts on the chain are hit or not. But yeah, the downside. I mean, the downside just gets more and more extreme, right? Because they keep using it to leverage the upside. The fact that there doesn't seem to be any moderation in the tail risk is very concerning. I mean, the pump is balls to the wall at this point, right? If it fails, it's dead. Everything goes through risk desks. Which risk desks are supporting this? The ones that don't have a choice? I mean, it's going to be hedged still, right? Like that's what the tail risk index tells you. It tells you that tail risk hedging is increasing. Which means that tail risk is also increasing. Mostly AFK due to work, but I wanted to ask about GME because I've stopped paying attention to it, and I have underwater June 16, 22 Cs. Are we expecting ups on GME tomorrow? Or is fall sub 24, 22 likely? I don't know what it's gonna do tomorrow. I mean, it's pretty liquid. They got some liquidity to say. The shareholders meeting was big nothing. You could always roll. I mean, unless I don't know if you're trying to get a sign, but you could always roll out a week and see what happens. I mean, if pumping the market offsets risk in another position, right, then you can get it through a risk desk. Not all participants are you know a low risk strategy. Not everybody's like a 60-40 fund. Does the intensity of the pump seem to indicate that big players are short on time to dump bags? Why else would they take on this level of risk? I mean, I would just focus on the data we have and not try to make any assumptions about how much time they have to unload their position. The data we have is that there's a shitload of charm being shed over the OPEX period. And so, that's going to create a lot of downward pressure on the indexes. So even in the short term, if you needed to hit a target or maybe you're hedging variance swaps, you can drive prices higher, right? Before this expiration. Because we're moving into this expiration, and then we have the VIX expiration next week, right? So volatility is going to increase, and you have all this like Vega risk on the chain from all of these these short puts that have been sold, right? And those don't benefit from VIX going up, not at all. And so, if you need to close those positions and you need the market higher to do it, quad witching does seem like the perfect time for this to all collapse, no? I mean, it's a time. When is quad witching? Tomorrow. How would I short Citadel directly? Do you think that they don't benefit? Or they won't benefit? They'd probably make a shitload of money on this. I don't think they're publicly traded. How much theta would be wise for a bear put debit spread at this level? I mean, debit spreads allow you to get a lot of theta, so it depends on how much range you want on it, really, right? More theta is going to allow you to get more range while maintaining a similar discount to the premium. So something shorter dated, you wouldn't be able to go very far out of the money. Something longer dated, you could. I'm probably gonna straddle tonight with. I'm probably gonna use bear debit spreads for the downside, and then shorter dated calls for the upside to reduce the total cost. How do you politely but sternly call out a few colleagues and teammates at your work for not doing their job, being useless without getting HR called on you? I mean, you can report them to management, or you could write an email and CC everyone. If you're trying to not be a tattletale, take them for drinks. I think Citadel's on the wrong side of something global. Why do you think this is Citadel? You know, stuff like this happening makes me wonder why I even play Delta at all. Vega is king. Just don't do other people's jobs if you're in a job where that's possible. Yeah. They live in other states, so taking for drinks is not a possibility. I mean, go to management. If you're doing all their work, don't. You know, make it really obvious that they're not doing their jobs. My coworker just complained to HR and management that I'm not doing my job. What do? Turn the accusation around on your accuser. Yeah, I still have 630 SPX puts. Give me 1 second. Or hear me out. You're here also not doing any work like the rest of us. Almost 500 likes. Let's get over the hump. YouTube's spamming ads like every 5 seconds on the stream for some reason. So I'm not sure if we will. Like the stream, guys. My TQQQ is up $9. Thank you, Gherk. Nice, man. When exactly the AM contracts expire? End of day today? Supposedly a record 2.2 trillion in SPX and SPY contracts expiring tomorrow. Healthy. I'm once again letting everybody know that the amount of ads on Discord audio has not increased. Oh. Thanks. Straight up G-Gens, 2.2 trillion? Has the last 3 months been one big SPX gamma ramp? No, it's been several small ones. I didn't see any ads here in Germany. I don't know what's going on. Only YouTube ads I get is when I first start the stream. That's how it should be. It shouldn't be playing ads during the stream. Thanks, X Crow. It was daily gamma ramps. Today sure as fuck was. Holy shit, that was insane. That's still blowing my mind. YouTube's upset that you sold your Google stock. Everyone's getting spammed with ads. Well, I still sold it higher than it is today, so I'm still happy with that decision. Until Google pumps to 150. I've already answered that, OG Rules, like 500 times. Why do you keep asking the same question over and over and over again? I'm not asking you. You're just saying it. I'm talking into the void. I don't mind the ads as long as you benefit from it. I don't think I do very much. I vote the stream go on hiatus until the market makes sense and the majority of the pickle jar can actually maintain profits. Seriously, Google's AI algorithms have been listening to your streams and following your positioning. I don't think so. Pumping to close for the headline. Who said that? Shut your mouth. See you in 5 years. Yeah. Oh god, you've shorted Palantir again? You're insatiable. $4,500 end of day? I don't think so. Gerg said himself that if this was happening in his early trading career, he would have had to take a break. I mean, I just would have. This is fucking insanity. Insatiable bullish. We feeling toppy? I'm feeling toppy. Oh, 2.2 trillion in derivatives expiring tomorrow. MOC imbalance, 3.2 billion buy side. Thanks, Space. I repositioned 440p for a week after next. I really don't want to buy a call hedge here. Please tell me you wouldn't either. I'm buying a call hedge here. Just, I don't want to, but I'm gonna. Because that's the responsible thing to do. I actually hedged today. Nothing too crazy. Hashtag Palantir. The stream is going to be lame when the market makes sense. No zero DTE madness. I guarantee if the market crashes, they get rid of them again. What's beyond stagflation? Moderate growth. Think we see anything interesting on futures overnight? Maybe. Yeah, and we got the big AM expiration coming up. VIX is up on the day still, quite a bit. Yeah, it could be interesting. Probably nothing really interesting till the weekend, but hopefully we at least see this breakdown. This is fucking ridiculous. Money market saw 4.66 billion of outflows in week ended June 14 ICI. First outflow since 419. Okay. Interesting. That's not a lot, but it's interesting that it saw outflows. Get you some ads, Dad? Does this mean that SLD isn't a thing anymore? No, not necessarily. I mean, SLD is still a thing. Quarterly taxes? But for the pump? Okay. I mean, quarterly results, maybe more likely. Get that last fat bonus check. Google is way down? What? No, it's not. I sold my Google at 125.50. It's at 125.11. 124, sorry. 124.95. It's up 1% today. Nvidia red on the day at least. Yeah, that's nice. S&P outperforming NASDAQ today, which is interesting. Dow's doing really well today. So possibly more sector shift. I guess oil's supporting S&P also. Industrials, manufacturing, and oil. Thanks, Dork. I like the level of commitment. The funds moving to quarterly taxes. Oh, for the money markets? Maybe, yeah. It's not significant compared to the inflows, but it is interesting that we're seeing it. But everything's pumping, not just Meta. Tesla's red on the day. Isn't it better to just buy your positions first thing in the morning when you have a decent idea of the zero DTEs? Sure, but I mean, that's a different kind of trading, right? For smaller accounts? I mean, smaller accounts probably shouldn't be playing zero DTEs at all, unless you have very, very good risk and positional management, which doesn't seem to be the case based on the number of complaints. If you have longer dated puts, doesn't it make sense just to buy shorter dated calls? Yeah, you can absolutely do that. BTC Maximalism and Austrian School of Economics collaboration. I don't know shit about it. First I've heard of it. I have a small account and use one DTE. They're a little easier to manage. They're not nearly as volatile. And it makes it easier to set stops on them. Well, I mean, IV's kind of cheap right now. FUBO poised to drop over the next month, I think. Sold about half my position on $2 covered calls. So we'll see what happens. I sold 250s also. I honestly think FUBO looks better than anything else to keep running. Frankly. But I have synthetic longs, so I don't really care if it runs. Calling it now, SCOTUS releases student loan opinion by Wednesday morning of next week. SPX gapping down on TradingView. Move down a little. back to like the 44.25 range. Yeah, it looks like all the calls they bought are pretty much gone now. Oh, it just closed. ES. ES is moving down a little. Ding ding. Yeah, ES is giving up a little bit of ground at close, but not a lot. I mean, it's still at 44.71. The June contract still had a lot of volume into close, actually. So final part of the roll tomorrow. What do you mean have a nice weekend? It's fucking Thursday. Nice try. We're not out of this yet. The roll? The futures roll. That's part of quad witching. The contract in front on futures expires. Any bear hopium before you leave? There's a shitload of charm that's gonna collapse. I would say probably even more today. That fucking pump was so weird because it didn't even put the 44.50s in the money. And then they all just sold off. The 44.40s barely got in the money. Or did they? I mean, they went up, but they didn't make a lot of money, and they overheld them. But charm was super relevant. That's why we pumped today. A big part of why we pumped today. It was a short squeeze. Yeah, I know. When I saw when they got blown off, but but the calls coming in weren't, right? Or you're saying they bought the calls to capture it or hedge? SPX up, VIX up, short call squeeze. The 4,400 level. All right. Well, thank you guys for tuning in. I'll get some data out tonight if anything major changes. Thank you guys. I'll see you later. Have a good night, everyone.